DNA services, and DNA services, we have pattern testing, we have kinship genotyping, and the rest of that for a strong partnership. We are proud and confident that this conference will provide a platform for engaging dialogue, discussion on challenging forensic issues, and sharing knowledge that will bring homegrown solution to our continent. Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice, for the education.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, a louder round of applause. Thank you. Those were welcome remarks from the Director General of RFL, Dr. Karangwa. As you can see, the theme behind me and in the documents that you've been given, the kit, the theme of ASFM 2023 is harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in Africa, a holistic approach towards a safer continent. And today and over the next few days, different issues will be discussed. Some of the topics that we expect to be tackled include management of the dead, identification of deceased migrants, disaster response, and others that you've had Dr. Karangwa mention. And now at this juncture, I would love us to hear from the President of African Society of Forensic Medicine. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Uomo Eze.
Thank you so much. His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, and all government officials present, members of the diplomatic corps, dignitaries, both local and international, delegates from across the world, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Beyond the subject of forensic medicine and science, our yearly conventions enable us to make new friends and consolidate on existing fraternity within Africa and beyond. And by bringing subsisting and emerging leaders in the forensic field in Africa to come together and examine thematic areas of relevance to the continent, we are already building the collaboration that is crucial to a united and purposeful Africa. As we unveil the host countries for 2024 and 2025 ASFM annual events, we expect an upward trend in the trajectory that Rwanda has projected for the society for visibility and greater impacts across the nation states in Africa and beyond. We are ready to partner with the African Union as a unifying entity and with member states through our respective local chapters by working with concerned agencies and authorities in promoting holistic health for individuals and families, public health and safety, and providing medical legal expertise that underpins judicial mechanisms for accountability. It is only on this premise, on the background of justice, could good governance be attained for different channels, such as clinical governance, including protocols, standard operating procedures, and total quality management, forensic death investigation, criminal and civil justice systems, and public administration. Medicine, science, and the law have defined human evolution over the ages and espouse principles and practices that continue to anchor key indices for growth and development across the world. Harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in Africa is our overarching theme for ASFM Kigali 2023. However, as we take a closer look at a holistic approach towards a safer continent, it is equally an entry point for the harmonization of strategic pivot for forensic practice in Africa, especially with a robust policy framework and adequate funding. It is a call for harmonization of operational response in support of nation states and the institutions in the event of emergencies, such as disasters. On this note, the ASFM during the Nairobi 2015 conference, specifically on the 5th of March 2015, inaugurated ASFM DVI Team Africa, a group of dedicated forensic practitioners of different disciplines of forensic science from across Africa who are willing to mobilize at a short notice to support any parts of the continent dealing with mass fatalities and related forensic caseloads. And we are also ready to be a component of a global response in other parts of the world. No continent is truly safe until all the continents of the world are safe. The COVID-19 pandemic is a poignant reminder of our interconnectedness. First, we need to amplify our collective voices at the mountaintop to let the world know that Africa has substantial human and material resources in all spheres of life to address the challenges confronting the continent and contribute to a safer world. And what other pedestal is more suitable to project this harmony of purpose for a safer Africa than the land of 1,000 hills, Rwanda? We often talk about African resilience. Here in ASFM Kigali 2023, we see and feel Africans' resilience. The incredible work of the local organizing committee is a testament to the leadership and team essence in building from scratch to an organic set piece that will be a positive reference for the foreseeable future. Please, may I crave your indulgence to join me and give the LOC of the 2023 ASFM Kigali International Forensic Conference a standing ovation for the excellent organizational work. Let's give them a standing ovation, please, the LOC. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We thank the ASFM Board of Trustees, chaired by Professor Stephen Codner, former director of Victoria Institute of Forensic Medicine, Australia, for guiding and backing us through the years on the path of relevance for Africa. We acknowledge our partners, especially the International Committee of the Red Cross and other sponsors who believe in the ASFM and support our vision. And we acknowledge the solidarity of global forensic organizations such as the International Association of Forensic Sciences and American Academy of Forensic Sciences. We are proud of the Rwandan Forensic Laboratory, the main institution anchor for the conference. We cannot thank you enough for the steering leadership and operational framework you have provided in setting a high benchmark of standard and hosting an international event that will remain in our pleasant memories for a long time. To the Director General, we say, Murakoze. We also extend the same gratitude to the line ministries, departments, agencies, and the entire government and the good people of Rwanda. Finally, to the ASFM members and delegates from Rwanda and across Africa and beyond. Without you, there will not be any conference. Please, let us actively participate in the scientific feast prepared in all sessions and also enjoy the sights and sounds of Rwanda. Let us make a collective commitment in our respective forensic practices to rely on, not on speculation or conjecture, but on evidence in the symphony of consistency, on evidence that will stand the test of forensic scrutiny, and on evidence that takes a holistic approach, including the consideration of any peculiar circumstances. It is on these firm foundations and sustainable construct that our voice, vision, and values for Africa will prevail. Welcome to ASFM Kigali 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uomo. Let's appreciate you once again. Dr. Uomo is the president of African Society of Forensic Medicine. As ASFM 2023 is going on, we have a hashtag for that. So if you could kindly share your thoughts. How's the event going? What are we learning? What ideas are we exchanging? Who should be in this room, but they are not here, but you want them to receive the message that is being shared in this room today and for the coming few days. So use the hashtag ASFM 2023. Don't forget to follow us at Forensics Rwanda and interact with us. The DM is open, so if you have a question or an inquiry, we'll certainly have someone on the other end to respond to you. So if you're an active social media person, please go ahead and say something about the event online. ASFM 2023 is the hashtag. Something good is going to happen this morning, and that is the official launch of an academy, not an ordinary academy. This is the African Forensic Sciences Academy. Isn't that a beautiful thing? That it's being launched here and it will be headquartered in Kigali as well. Yeah, we should celebrate that. Yes. And I would love to invite Dr. Antonelle. Dr. Antonelle is the president of African Forensic Sciences Academy. She's going to take us through the next phase of the event, that launch event. So if you could join me in welcoming Dr. Antonelle. She has prepared some ceremony, a very beautiful, nice, brief ceremony for that official launch of the academy.
Walamutse. Bonjour. Good morning. While my colleagues are getting it ready, thank you to you all. Good morning, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Minister of Justice, honorable guests and delegates. I'm Antonelle Olkers, the president of the interim executive of the African Forensic Sciences Academy, AFSA, as we refer to it. Mehdi Ben Khalil. At this moment, I welcome the honorable minister and the AFSA IE vice president to please join me on the podium. Perfect. Now that I've welcomed the Honourable Minister and the Vice President of AFSA with me on the stage, I want to say they will introduce AFSA to you, and may this academy serve the people of Africa and its forensic science practitioners to enlighten African justice systems with evidence-based sciences, a culture of excellence, transparency, and impartiality. I hand over to the Minister and the Vice President of AFSA. Dear honourable guests, delegates, all that remains for me to say is to please visit the AFSA booth during the conference. We will talk to you during the session of AFSA later this morning. At this point, all that remains is Murakuzi, merci, thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I said it was a simple ceremony, no cake, no fireworks, no balloons. But that does not stop it from being a very significant event. And as you've seen, AFSA is the acronym, that is African Forensic Sciences Academy. Please visit the booth. There are several booths out there, so make sure you visit the AFSA booth and interact with them, and also the other people that are out at the exhibition. And that way, you'll get to know more about AFSA, what they will be doing, what they're all about, and how they're going to benefit the continent of Africa. Just a quick reminder that ASFM 2023 is the hashtag that we're using today. If you can please go online, say a word. There are others joining us online. There are those that might not make it for one reason or the other, but at least wherever they are, they should interact with what is going on here. As I said earlier, some of the topics that will be tackled throughout the event, and it will be days of panel discussions. We have a whole lineup of influential, amazing people that will be talking to us and handling different sessions as the days go by. At this juncture, I would love to call on stage, and I would love you all to join me in welcoming on stage the Minister for Justice and Attorney General for his remarks.
Honorable Chief Justice and our guest of honor, honorable government high officials here present, dear justice sectors leaders here present, the President of the International Association of Forensic Sciences, the President of the African Society of Forensic Medicine, President of African Forensic Science Academy, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mwaramutse, habari za asubuhi, bon dia, assalamu alaikum, namaste. I think those I just sampled a few languages where you can say hello, but please don't engage me beyond the pleasantries. I do wish to invite you to Rwanda, to welcome you to Rwanda, and we do look forward to having your stay here, very enjoyable. Allow me to thank all of you for having taken your precious time to attend this international conference, and do take this opportunity to thank all of you distinguished participants and delegates from all over the world for having chosen Rwanda as the destination of this fifth conference. AFSM conference. Honorable Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen, the ASF International Conference has been now taking place for the last 5 years, and this is the 5th year, and it's taking place in Rwanda. We do really look forward to a successful 5th event of this conference. But before we go any further, it's always nice to look at history and look at how evidence was adduced before courts. In the medieval time, evidence was adduced before court through what was called trial by ordeal. Trial by ordeal was an ancient judicial practice by which the guilt or innocence of the accused was determined by subjecting them to a painful or at least an unpleasant and usually dangerous experience. Some of these experiences included combat, putting together people in an arena and then they fight, then the winner is considered to have won the case. Sometimes very unpleasant or even dangerous activities such as putting your hands in boiling oil in order to prove your innocence or guilt. And then there was obviously another way which was called judgment of God, a procedure based on the premise that God will help the innocent by performing a miracle on their behalf. Later on, after some evolution, there was trial by the way you looked. That was part of how evidence was adduced before court. They would look at you and certain features defined you as a criminal, and that's how the judges then will determine the case. Most of you will know about a very famous case which took place in the US. In 2018, Horace Roberts, who was 60 years then, was released from a California prison on October 3rd, 2018, after DNA evidence exonerated him in the 1998 killing of his former girlfriend and co-worker. In this particular case, Horace Roberts was waiting to be hanged, and then technology really exonerated him. He had been sentenced all the way to the highest possible level, that he should be sentenced, or he should be sentenced to death. Now, what has forensic science brought to justice? Forensic science provides the criminal justice system with evidence that could be used to convict a suspect, even when an eyewitness is not present. This is extremely key because in the evolution of evidence that is supposed to be adduced before court, there is a time that we had reached where if there was a witness, that witness had to be corroborated by a second witness, and one witness was not enough in order for someone to be convicted. But we've reached a place where science, which is forensic, has led us to a point where even where there's no eyewitness, science can help to convict or even to exonerate someone if that person is innocent. Forensic science can be used in the initial investigation at the crime scene, gathering the evidence for further analysis in a laboratory. Chief Justice, our guest of honor, distinguished guests, I do believe that the main purpose of this conference, as is highlighted in this theme that we have, is largely knowledge sharing and deepening our understanding of the key advancements in forensic science. Forensic science plays a key role in the quality justice service delivery. It is therefore of paramount importance to have forensic professionals gathered here in Kigali with the aim of discussing matters that will ultimately provide solutions to forensic science on the African continent, but also in the whole world, because science transcends borders. This conference, which is an initiative of the ASFM, has provided an important forum for cooperation, collaboration, constructive debate, and effective interchange of views on advancement in forensic science and its important role in scientific evidence before the courts. It is a noble endeavor that you all undertake, and on behalf of the government of Rwanda, I do commend your efforts. I do expect that the discussions in the course of these 2-3 days will provide important insights, and I am confident that all of us, individually and collectively, will come away with very valuable lessons. Before I invite the Chief Justice, who is the guest of honor, to give his keynote speech and officially open the meeting, let me invite all of you who have a day or two to spare to visit other parts of Rwanda. I can assure you that there are certain parts of Rwanda that if you visit, you will certainly reconcile with any part of yourself which you're in conflict with. And this is a guarantee that I'm giving you. With these remarks, Honorable Chief Justice, I do take this opportunity to respectfully invite you to deliver your insightful remarks. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister and government officials here present, Brigadier General Lawson Simapuka from Zambia, President of the International Association of Forensic Sciences, President of Africa Society of Forensic Medicine, President of Africa Forensic Science Academy, a distinguished guest, a distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to Rwanda and to the 7th edition of Africa Society of Forensic Medicine 2023 International Conference. Before I proceed, I want to thank the leadership of the African Society of Forensic Medicine to have chosen Rwanda to be the host of the African Society Forensic Medicine 2023 International Conference. I want to thank also Rwanda Forensic Laboratory and the partners that joined effort together to organize such a tremendous event. And also to like to express my sincere gratitude to all forensic professionals, academicians, head of forensic office, prosecutors, lawyers, scientists, investigators, doctors from Europe, from America, from Australia, Asia, Africa, who travel miles away to Rwanda to attend this conference. In today's complex and rapidly changing environment, where the people's expectations for quality justice are high, many countries have been working to transform and modernize their justice system by implementing reforms aimed at strengthening the use and application of forensic science evidence with the ultimate goal of improving efficiency in the administration of justice. It is in this regard, as the Director General of the Rwanda Forensic Laboratory rightly pointed out, that the Rwanda Forensic Laboratory was established with autonomous status, which allows this institution to work independently and deliver indisputable services. Having a forensic institution that supports the justice system with evidence based on science and technology for use in our court of law and other justice bodies is a great achievement to this country, but I think to all countries. Besides providing relevant scientific evidence, Rwanda Forensic Laboratory Services contribute toward reducing the turnaround time of judicial proceedings. It is worth noting that the Rwanda Forensic Laboratory has now concluded strategic partnership as, again, the Director General of the laboratory rightly pointed out, with international bodies. This highlights really the choice of this conference theme, that is harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in Africa. If I may speak for my colleagues from the judiciaries, participants, distinguished forensic science participants, distinguished forensic science practitioners and professionals, I would like to conclude
the Minister for Justice. So we will be taking a break shortly. We will go for a coffee break that will last exactly 30 minutes or less. And so since it's approaching 10:10, we should have you back in the room by 10:40. We should all be fully seated. Now that the conference is officially opened, we are free to interact, to learn, to take notes, to share as much as we can, both with those that are here and even those that are away. And don't you forget to visit the rest of Rwanda. As Dr. Emmanuel mentioned, you will be in awe. You will love it. A lot of the people that visit Kigali stay in Kigali, but would love for you to either extend your stay or find some time in between the next few days to visit the other parts of Rwanda. I would love to invite the front row seat, and the protocol will help me do this before we take the break. We will take a group photo. It will be done in an orderly manner, starting with the front row that has our chief guest. It's got the Minister for Justice, it's got the DG of Rwanda Forensic Laboratory and others. So we start with the front row seat, and then the others will be invited by the protocol. So protocol, if you can just assist me with that. We are taking the group photo outside. So the entire front row, please, Dr. Yeah, boys, please, you too. So the chief guest, the Minister for Justice, Antonelle's table, this table, please, all of you, yeah. The front row, and then the rest of you will be invited over by the protocol. And after that, please, let's go, grab a snack, go pick whatever you want to pick, and then we will come back here for the second session of the morning. We'll have a panel discussion on current trends and perspectives for forensic science. I don't want you to miss any of that, so please come back into the room as soon as you're done grabbing your coffee, juice, tea, or cake. The group photo is being taken outside, just outside the door. Thank you. So we start with the front row, and then the second one will be invited. And then for the rest of us, we can already walk out and go to the service table. Let's grab something, then we will come back at exactly 10:40. I will be calling you back in. Welcome to Kigali, welcome to ASFM 2023. And if you're going to talk to us on social media, use that hashtag, ASFM 2023. Don't forget to tag Forensics Rwanda. We do hope that you're going to have a pleasant stay and that the deliberations will go well, that you'll have a lot to take back home. Let's enjoy the coffee break and get back on time. 30 minutes to be precise. Thank you.
intabaza y'urwego uko yiriwe yibunze ishaka wayiririmba.
Have been made the technological advancements and everything that comes to play into ensuring that forensic sciences is utilized. All right, my name is Jackie Lumbasi, and it's such an honor to be the MC this morning. I have two moderators that I'm calling on stage in just a few minutes, and so I would request that you settle down, identify a seat, and then I was informed that there are people that were not registered as they were coming in. Please, if you didn't get to register anytime during the day, just walk to the registration table and do that. Get registered, get your card. So that's for those that did not manage to register before coming into the room. You can walk back to the table any time of the day and get registered. If you need anything, you need any assistance, you need water, just indicate to a protocol person, they will help you, but there's a table, you can serve yourself if you so wish. We've got tables outside and we have some inside here. The Wi-Fi is free and does not require a password, so use it. If you wish to talk to us online, the hashtag is ASFM 2023. Use it to interact with us and share with the world what's going on in Kigali. When the day is done, don't go back to the hotel and sleep. Try and visit some parts of the city and get to experience the Kigali nightlife. For those that will need translation services, there's a booth on the left side of the room. You will walk there. There's a gentleman seated next to it. He will give you the headphones and the receiver, the translation kit. And so for the next session, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite forward. Are you ready? Ready? Okay, good. I will invite forward a lady and a gentleman that will be taking us through the next phase of the program. Join me in welcoming Remilekun Osunbayo and Adam Luchenga.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocols, myself and my colleague will be moderating this session, and I would like him to introduce the first speaker.
Thank you very much. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, and our delegates from the international community. Today, from our first session, we're going to invite Professor Claude Ross. So Professor Claude Ross is the president of the International Association of Forensic Sciences, and is also the director of the Center for Forensic Sciences at the University of Technology in Sydney. Please put your hands together as we welcome Professor Claude. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. Distinguished guests, I feel very honored to be here today, and I'm very excited to see how this community is organizing such a great conference. I would just say a few words in French for les francophones de la salle. Je suis très, très heureux d'être ici. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Unfortunately,
so glad to be here.
So today I want to talk to you about something which is very important, which is about where forensic science is going, what are the current challenges, and also really highlighting the significance of having very strong foundations. We cannot move forward in forensic science if we don't have very strong foundations. And we cannot do that without strong international collaborations. So I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. I'd like to say I'm the lucky person here to present today, but a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about is the outcome of a lot of work from many, many different people where we work collaboratively to go to that point. So I'd like to acknowledge that as well, right at the outset. Okay. Okay, first, I should probably say that I talk about forensic science, and maybe many of you in the room may disagree with me, but I include the medical aspects of it as well in that very generic term, because I think they are very common themes, very common challenges that are really on both sides, whether we talk about technology and science or medicine. So it's really a full global discussion. So it's fair to say that in recent years, we've seen, I'm not sure this thing works. So we've seen many challenges, and forensic science has been criticized a fair bit around the world, from within, but especially from outside. Yeah, it doesn't work. So here you have a few examples, really typical example of some comments that people have made over recent years. Yeah, I can't make it work. Okay. Are you moving from the end? Okay, so maybe I'll say next because otherwise. Okay, so next. Okay. So, sorry about that. So, it's fair to say that, as I mentioned, that there has been a lot of criticism about the reliability of forensic science, some criticism about the lack of leadership in forensic science. A lot of these criticisms have come from outside the forensic field, if you want. And we've seen a number of papers, and maybe a very illustrative one is this one saying, is forensic science in danger of extinction? So we're not going to go to that extreme, but I think it's a good illustration of some of the challenges. The issue here is while we've been pretty much in an echo chamber and hearing a lot about these very specific challenges that are quite often related to forensic science and the provision of forensic evidence in court, we may have missed something that is happening in the world, something that is much, much broader, and where that could be a much bigger impact on the way we do forensic science and on the impact that forensic science can have. First, with the digital transformation of society, we can see now that a lot of crime are committed in a different way. The traceability of human interaction, of human behavior is also has increased very, very significantly. That raises some questions around security in general. We've seen a lot of natural disasters. We've seen issues around human rights. Wars, they've always been there, but I think the fact that there is a war in Europe has probably woken up some thinking around that. And obviously, very recently, we've went through a pandemic. And I don't know how it is in your country, but in Australia, for example, a lot of the police resources over the last 2 years have been pretty much directed towards supporting a public policy. So you can immediately realize that forensic science has the potential to play a role in a lot of these very challenging areas, very important problems, and forensic science could play a much bigger role in addressing these challenges. In addition, forensic science is quite often expected to play a role in addressing these challenges. Now the question is, can forensic science do that within the constraints of the way it's organized, in the way it's taught, in the way it's researched, and so on? Another issue, with forensic science, we mainly look at traces. And by traces here, I mean very generic terms, not the typical trace evidence you may be used to. Here, by traces, I mean relics, signs that have been left and can help reconstruct and identify presence of people or objects. These traces are the crux of forensic science. These traces can be extremely diverse. They can be physical, they can be biological, they can be virtual, they can be transient. So you can immediately imagine that you can see the challenge. How can we deal with all these traces, with all this diversity and variety? Forensic science is expected to act very quickly. The size and volume of data has significantly increased. Data management has become a big issue. Ethics is extremely important and is becoming even more important when we deal with digital data. Forensic science plays a role in investigation and court. We know that. We need to act within the framework of quality management. But now, more recently, we realize that forensic science can and should be used more, not only for investigation and court, but also for the provision of intelligence and also helping non-judicial pathways. I mean, I gave the example of COVID-19, but we could imagine a lot of other examples. Typically, the illicit drug problem, it's not only an analytical problem. We could use this sort of data to help public health policy around the problem of illicit drugs consumption. And we all know that business models are here. The resources are always limited, and they have an impact on what we are doing. So really, it's a wicked problem. It's almost an impossible, intractable challenge we have here. So part of the answer is exactly what you are doing here in this conference with this theme around harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in Africa and holistic approach towards a safer continent. It's clear that there is a need for more harmonization. It's clear that there is a need for more evidence-based forensic science. But also, one term I really like here is the term holistic approach. We really work within a whole system, and we have considered that when we want to really expand forensic science and move forensic science in the future. So let's have a look. Legal and quality assurance frameworks. So they are part of the answer. So we have forensic science, and we know that we all act within a legal framework. We all know now that there is increasing quality assurance frameworks, there are increasing standard operating procedures, and so on, that are here for a very good reason. We also know, especially after a lot of the reviews we've seen, especially in the US, that there is some foundational framework in when we do forensic science. So some people may say that forensic science is just an application of a lot of different sciences, enabling sciences, which have very strong foundation, and if these foundations are well documented, are well evidenced, hence forensic science becomes more reliable, more robust, and so on. So this could be part of the answer to the big challenge. However, if this is the only answer, or the main answers, how is this possible that we constantly have some very odd cases leading to miscarriage of justice or very strange issues? So here I have just two very simple examples. The famous Phantom of Heilbronn in Germany, where there was a DNA profile of a woman found in many, many, many different cases, completely unrelated cases, and it was in the end found that it was a contamination at the site of production of material used for the collection of the specimens. The other case here, it's an Australian case, the wrongful conviction of Farah Jama in Melbourne. Again, a DNA profile that was matching Farah Jama. It was an alleged sexual assault, which in the end was proven that there was no sexual assault. The issue here was a contamination at the site of collection in hospital. And again, all the quality assurance framework from the forensic aspect of the work, and everything was perfectly correct. So there is always something that could happen that we haven't thought about, and no matter the legal framework, no matter the foundational framework, no matter the quality assurance framework, these kind of things can happen. So how can we minimize that? A big part of the answer is really the critical thinking that should happen right from the beginning. So we really need to go back to fundamental and really think carefully what we do in forensic science, why we are doing it, and what are our fundamental knowledge and fundamental principles we should be applying in forensic science. And this is not new. This is something that Paul Kirk, who is considered the father of forensic science in the US, already said in 1963, saying we spend way, way too much time thinking about the techniques, the processes, and not enough time thinking about the fundamentals about what we are doing. And in forensic science, unfortunately, we are a bit like this little guy on the seesaw. You know, we are a very small group compared to more established group, more established cultures. And each time a new group comes to the fore, they are trying to address the forensic science problems through their own lens. And they are much more powerful than the forensic science group, and we have more difficulties to address our challenges within or through the forensic science lens, which is very important. And this is not only academic, because really, if we don't know the fundamental principles we work with, how do we know what we teach is the right thing to teach? How do we know that we do the most relevant research? How can we practice forensic science if we don't know the fundamental principles of forensic science? So I'm not saying that people don't know these principles, but it's fair to say that they've been poorly expressed and poorly accepted over the years. So let's go back to some fundamentals here. Forensic science is really all about addressing questions, the famous quintilinous questions. It's all about problem solving. And when we look at the whole process, we have a context. The context is very important. The context will leave traces, as I mentioned, that can be very, very diverse. Quite often, this is left at a scene, but not always. Then there is an examination of the traces. This examination may or may not be done in a laboratory. Then we've got some expert reports that are presented in court. This is a standard forensic science process. Now, when we look at what we control and what we don't control, the start of the process, we don't control anything here. It's really all the result of the context and the one-off thing that is happening. The middle bit of the process, it's where we can control the uncertainties, the better. So it's all about what's going on at the scene, in the examination, and when we write our reports. Obviously, the other end of the spectrum of the process, we don't control that because it's in the hand of the trier of facts. Now, the point here is just to highlight the fact that a lot of what we discussed in the last decade or 15 years has been to tighten up, improve the middle bit, which is already the thing that we control the best, which is already the thing that essentially, we can't really make big leap advantage or progress here. Where we have the biggest chance to make progress in forensic science is in our knowledge of what's happening in these two parts. In the beginning, in how traces are generated, how do they persist, how do they degrade, How are they recognized, and so on? And at the other end, how do we communicate our results? How do we interpret our results, and so on? So this is where we've got the value proposition for forensic science. If you're interested in, this sort of more philosophical thing, I mean, there is a paper that we published recently here. I'm more than happy to, give you the reference later as well. So, as I mentioned, forensic science is really based on the traces that have to be detected, recognized, analyzed, and they are used to try to answer these questions. We know that we can use that in investigation, where here it's really about the reconstruction. We know that that can be used in court, which here is essentially to make sure that we protect the innocent and we convict, the actual offenders. But increasingly, we've seen forensic science and traces and information taken from traces used in a multi-case approach. We're not interested in using the trace in only one case, but we look at how we can link different cases based on these traces. We're not interested in catching one offender. We're interested in understanding the phenomenon. So it's more epidemiological, if you want. And this is really where forensic science can provide evidence, provide intelligence, and it's where forensic science can have a huge impact on crime prevention and crime disruption. So when we talk about forensic science, the big challenge here, we talk about these three things in terms of purposes of forensic science. So again, if you're interested in this sort of thing, we published a paper recently about shifting the idea of forensic science from means to purpose. So saying we spend way too much time talking about tools, techniques, processes, and not enough time talking about the purpose of what we are doing. So with this, a couple of years ago, a group of people, and I don't have time really to go through all the names, but it's a group of, I would say, people who think a lot about forensic science. We started to discuss and try to identify a common definition for forensic science, and more importantly, how could we identify a set of principles that could be used across the board. So we published that outcome as a paper, and we call that the Sydney Declaration. Why Sydney Declaration? Because it was supposed to be presented at the IAFS Conference 2020. That never happened. But we had a virtual launch, and we'll rediscuss it. We'll have a version 2, if you want, at the IAFS Conference in November this year in Sydney. So if you want to download that paper, you can scan the QR code, or you've got the reference here, or I can give you the reference later. So essentially, in that paper, there is one definition and 7 principles. So first, a few words of caution, what the Sydney Declaration is and what it's not. So first, it's a shared philosophy that should be applicable to all forensic subdisciplines. It fosters development of forensic science, as I mentioned, unified by purpose and principles rather than means. We think that it can lead to more impactful and long-lasting effect. It can guide education, training, and R&D and practice. It's not focused on one organization. It's not focused on techniques or protocol. So please don't talk about the Sydney Protocol. It's not a protocol. These are really principles that can be used in an intelligent way. It's not restricted or dependent on some techniques or level of technology. And it's really based on, I would say, 1 century of forensic science, if not more. And a lot of ideas have been collected, so it's not completely new, but what's new, it's how it's been packaged and executed. So first, the definition. Not going to read the definition. You can read it, but here the main point is, it's really realizing that we focus on traces. So I know that the word trace can generate some question marks, but as I mentioned, think about traces in a very, very generic term. The other thing as well is that it's case-based. So there is always a case, there is always a context, and that's very, very important. And we use that for a series of purposes, as I mentioned, but it's all related to anomalous events of public interest. So the first principle is about activity and presence that produces traces, and they are fundamental vectors of information. So essentially, you've got here the context, as I mentioned before, that would leave some traces. So these traces contain information about presence and activity, and that's very important to remember that. Now, the question for us is, do we sufficiently appreciate all of the items examined are indeed traces? So we have to recognize them before we can analyze them. The other principle highlights aspects of scene investigation, saying that we need a scientific process and methodology, but more than that, it's not only about the process and the methodology, but it's also about the application of the scientific thinking, the problem solving. So the questions we have here is forensic science guiding scene investigation? Do scene investigators have the required expertise? And do scene investigators have enough authority over scientific decisions? So again, it's not a matter to follow a protocol at the scene, it's really about scientific process and scientific thinking. The third one, it's saying that forensic science is case-based and relying on scientific knowledge, investigative methodology, and logical reasoning. It's all about the reasoning that we have during the forensic science process and forensic science examination. So here, it's very important to think about the case context, whether it's been considered enough, whether we apply an investigative methodology and logical reasoning. I don't have time, and you could spend a lot of time, it can be complex, talking about the logical reasoning we use in forensic science, especially at the scene, when we have this hypothetical deductive process, going backwards, abduction and things like that. The fourth principle, it's about time asymmetry. We can never go back at the time of when something happened. So it's impossible to go back, which means we don't really know the ground truth. We cannot identify the ground truth. It's as simple as that. So the questions here are the effects of time understood and considered well enough? The fifth principle, it's talking about uncertainties and saying that in forensic science, we deal with a continuum of uncertainties. Thinking that we can remove uncertainties is ludicrous because uncertainties exist right from the beginning to the end. It's a question, how do we recognize the challenges? How do we manage these uncertainties? So they exist in all part of the processes. You can see first for the generation of the traces, then the recognition of the traces, the examination in the report, and obviously how our results are understood down the track. So do we understand these uncertainties enough? Do we communicate these uncertainties well enough? That's another issue. When addressing uncertainties, are we maintaining awareness of the total uncertainty of the whole process? The sixth principle, it's about the multidimensional purposes and contribution of forensic science. So it's really related to what a slide I mentioned before about the fact that the purpose of forensic science is not only for investigation, only for court, but also in aspects of crime prevention and disruption through the provision of intelligence. So here, are we producing relevant information for the whole range of potential end users? Do they know what we can offer? Very important questions. Are we focusing disproportionately on court evidence? And does it make sense, given how rarely forensic science results are presented in court? So that may be well different from country to country, but in modern practice, we can see in many, many cases where eventually, the cases that go to court in the end with forensic traces, it's a minute proportion of the cases that were here in the beginning. So there is a loss of information here that is absolutely terrible if we see forensic science only as provision of science result in court. So interestingly, maybe there is a way to get more funding if we realize that forensic science can impact on crime prevention and disruption and etc. Or even public health. The seventh principle, it's about forensic science findings that acquire a meaning in context. It's the importance of the context. We can only provide a meaning or identify meaning to our forensic results if we consider the context. Here there are some questions around the way we practice forensic science. So are forensic scientists involved enough with the interpretation of the findings, or we just produce a test result? Now, ethics is important. So in that principle, we say that forensic scientists must act, ethically, impartially, and etc. But ethics is not only about what we do in the lab or in the examination, but it's also about the fact that is it ethical to leave the interpretation to people who don't really understand the science? Is there a system in place to ensure relevant contextual information is available and irrelevant information is screened away? Is it ethical to ignore contextual information that has an impact on interpretation? So essentially, the take-home message here, it's unethical to provide a result without a meaning. We don't do our job as forensic scientists. So, with all this Senate declaration, what we attempt to do really is to, we don't say that we've got, the answer, but we are trying to provide a way or assist to refit forensic science through its fundamental principles. Because we can go on and on and on and on and on about quality assurance, SOPs, etc., which are all very important. So that's necessary, but not sufficient. We really need to go one step further if we really want to refit forensic science, so forensic science can be used to address some of the bigger challenges I mentioned in the beginning of my talk. So really, we hope that will help the integration of emerging areas into a coherent forensic science discipline. And here, the elephant in the room is digital forensic science. This is a rapidly emerging field, and somehow it has to be captured in a holistic forensic science umbrella. It provides a trace focus. It helps us to link what we do to the problem, so it's really problem solving. It links to the context, and also it reminds us that there is a multi-dimension of outcomes. It helps to integrate investigative and scientific mindsets. So it's not either or. So, 100 years ago, there was a famous American criminologist who was working as a police chief at Berkeley, and it coined the terms scientific policeman. So essentially, it can be both together. So there is a notion of collective. So if you think that what I'm saying is utopia, and I'm happy to accept and discuss that with you, actually there are some operational models that have been developed and fits very well to these principles and this way of thinking. And one of them is the Australian Federal Police consultancy model. So I don't have time to go into the details, but what they do, they put the problem at the center of the whole thing, and they have a multidisciplinary approach, and they try to align the forensic capabilities to the problem they want to solve. And they can use the forensic outcomes not only for, as I mentioned, court or investigation, but also a wide range of things, including prevention and disruption. And this is, something which is very important when you work for a major police force like the AFP. So these developments will not occur overnight, and the problems we are faced with are global. And not a single organization, not a single country can address these problems. So it's where there is a need for international collaborations. So very pleased that Africa is really progressing big time, and I'm really impressed by the room and the organization and what Dr. Antonio Olcos has done with AFSA. But as you can see, the international landscape is very broad and very complex, and there is a need to really collaborate more and provide this holistic approach as we discussed. So there are a lot of other organizations involved, and I mentioned, sorry Stephen, I should have added the ICRC here. So to sum up, I think we reach a stage where we are almost at the point of rupture. So we cannot continue to do the same thing as we always did, because the challenges have really stepped up, the society has changed, and again, the digital transformation of society has acted as a catalyst where we cannot really tweak what we were doing all the time to try to work around the problems, because now it doesn't work. So we have to revisit our forensic science principles. We have to think carefully about what we do is linked to problem solving. We have to think about the purpose of what we are doing. We need to improve the global collaboration. We need to remember that forensic science is not only what happens in the lab. This is only a small part of the forensic science process. We need to go beyond court and try to remove this idea that forensic science is just the application of science and technology to address court questions. We need to create knowledge and intelligence through the forensic science analysis, and we need to develop a forensic science culture. And that is very important. And that culture is important to try to, here you've got some kind of a traditional model of forensic science where we put all the standards and harmonization, if you want, in the core. And we've got disciplines that are very siloed. What I think we should try to do is to replace this by something like that, where at the core, we've got the fundamentals, the forensic science fundamentals. And then we still have specialization. I'm not saying we should do without specialization. That would be ludicrous. However, the walls between the areas are porous, and there are a lot of collaborations and a multidisciplinary approach here that is occurring. So my time is up, so thank you very much for listening. I hope it provides some information that is useful. So I'd like to thank all these people, and happy to answer any questions, or you can approach me during the breaks and everything. Thank you.
So, thank you. This one, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Professor Claude a big applause. Thank you so much, Prof. We are going to take questions, and not now, after the next presentation. We'll give it time to, we know people are burning, they are burning questions. I'm sure people want to talk about a lot of issues. I know there's an issue of trace and all sorts of issues. So this is cutting edge stuff. It's a very different philosophy to what we're used to in forensic science. So we understand that there will be questions. We'll take them immediately after the second presenter. Thank you very much. So hold your thoughts. Apart from that, would like to encourage everyone to read, to get acquainted with the Sydney Protocol, the Sydney Declaration. You need to read it so that when we engage, you have actually the correct thought pattern of what the publication was about. Thank you very much.
So I'll be introducing the next speaker, Dr. Antonelle Olcas. She's an independent DNA expert in forensic sciences in South Africa. She's the founding director of the South African Academy of Forensic Sciences. She's also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. She has spent time training service provider and quality management in forensic sciences. Part of her accomplishment is getting an award for the Legal Aid Pro Bono Award in 2016. She was also awarded for capacity building in biotechnology. Kindly join me in welcoming Dr. Antonelle Olcas. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm fine.
Bonjour. Malamutse. And good morning. I am absolutely honored to be the one speaking today on what is my vision for forensic sciences in Africa. And I want to say that we all have a vision. I'm just, by some chance of luck, the person standing up here. I do have affiliations. Most of all, please note, I'm from the private sector. You can see me taking off my AFSA badge. I'm not speaking on behalf of AFSA. I own DNA Biotech, but DNA Biotech has no influence on what I say. I speak to you today as an independent DNA expert, so independent forensic scientist. I also have other affiliations to AFSA, SAFS, AAFS, and SANAS. I also acknowledge incredible science mentors that I have. Neville Cummins, who is now deceased, Roy Levitt, Doug Wallace, they are working in the genomics field. And then I have the privilege to be married to the best scientist I know. There are also two women on whose shoulders I've stood for one my entire life, my mother, the other one in my professional career, Professor Janine Vallema, who's a forensic pathologist in South Africa. I've learned from many colleagues. I acknowledge DNA Biotech because it literally enabled me to have a career in forensic sciences. And if I can find her, I'm going to ask her to just quickly stand up. Annalisa? Yes, you, thank you, if you can stand. This is the woman that has built DNA Biotech with me. We no longer work together, but thank you, Annalisa. I am deeply appreciative of graphic artists like Alexander Gray, who shares the background image, who shared it with me free. So, Wayne Gretzky, I don't know who he is, I just know he plays hockey. But he's a very good hockey player, and somebody asked him once, why are you such a good hockey player? And the response was, because I go to where the puck will be, not where it is. So I call on you today to go with me in forensic sciences in Africa to where we should be, not where we are today. That is what I'm asking you to join me on that journey. I will share how I plan to get there, and maybe I will look around and see you beside me. Last year, the African Union celebrated 20 years. Their motto was, "Our Africa, our future." I'm borrowing a little bit from that when I say, our forensic sciences, our Africa, our future. It is literally up to us to create the future of forensic sciences in Africa. And if you are asking who's us, can you please look to your left? Can you please look to your right, behind you, in front of you? Yes, I'm talking to you. So I want to go into a couple of elements, but I want to say whose vision is important. My vision, personally, my vision is less important. Yours are more important. Of course, I hope there's some overlap between yours and mine, because it will get us to the end point much faster. It will get us to action faster. So I'll share mine, but please keep that in mind. So we are here today, all of us got here on very different paths. Key for us is to decide how to move forward so that we can serve the people of our continent with our profession, our skills that we have. SMART goals, I'll say more later, are the best. So this is my vision. It's not very complex. There's 3 elements. I have a vision for practitioners, forensic scientists like you and me, laboratories, and then for systems in Africa. My vision for practitioners is to be regulated and certified. For laboratories is to be accredited and sustainable. And for systems is to be effective and serving Africa with networks and partnerships to strengthen the forensic sciences ecosystem in Africa. Now I will unpack that. In terms of practitioners, educational programs must be in place. It's key. We cannot train our students with things that are not effective, and we cannot fail to truly capacitate them not to work under us for the rest of our lives. I'm sorry, but like me, you will one day discover you get old or older. We have to truly capacitate them to work as independent scientists. Graduates must be workplace ready. Hard forensic skills, but also the rest, which I'll say more later. Training for training's sake. I'm sorry, as an African, I'm saying to you today categorically, we cannot afford it in Africa. Training for the sake of training, to tick a little box, to say, I've trained 5,000 people. That's not what my continent needs, and it's not what my fellow practitioners need. Training must bring about change. We have to elevate the next generation of practitioners. And I'm hoping, like me, you will start to look at using multipliers. So in professional development, yes, we face challenges. There's work overload, complacency, lack of lifelong learning because of our workload mostly. How do we overcome this? We start. I'm going to tell you how I'm starting. I took one step, but it was towards the AFSA logo. So the message is you have to take the first step, but it must be in the right direction. Just one step. Winston Churchill said, what's the use of running fast if you're on the wrong road? I want to talk about career stages and then mention a couple of other things. In an early career stage, institutions, we have to instill a forensic science work culture that serves our profession. We have to craft a strategy for your own career. If you're a young professional in this room, please do not live out somebody else's strategy for your career. Not your supervisors, not your managers, not your institution. Be the architect of your own career. You will live a career. Make sure it's yours. Soak up everything you can, and then I'm going to say you have to read. And when you're done, read again. And when you're done, read some more. Reading seeds our minds with possibilities. I'm also very happy to say that it also instills in you that hunger for lifelong learning. If you're middle stage, you have a strategy, just execute it, just do it, as the commercials say. Make it happen. It is literally in your hands. Take the reins, and if you have ceded the reins in the past to somebody else, your organization, your institution, take it back. There's effective ways to do it. Ensure that you take care of your own needs, your professional career needs, but I'm also going to say to you as a forensic scientist, I don't have to explain to you what our profession is prone to. Take care of your own mental health. I borrowed this slide from the ICRC without even an apology. Some disabilities, yes, are very visible. You can look at somebody with a cane and you can see that they are disabled. However, the picture at the bottom, other disabilities look like that. We look okay, but we're not okay. We have to start talking about the mental health issues in our profession so that we can break the stigma and start to manage them. If you're a late-stage career forensic scientist, please start to pass it on. Help early career professionals. When you manage people, I'm sorry, it's no longer about your career. Your career is basically over. You don't build your own CV. You build the CVs of the young people working for you. Verify that your institution, your country, or your continent has effective strategic plans in place for forensic science. And please don't come to me and tell me, oh, my country doesn't have it. Do what, sorry, Adam and Innocent, I know you're in the room, do what Zambia did. They wrote it. There was no legal framework, they wrote it. So if your country doesn't have a strategic plan, please write it. That's how we become stronger as Africa. Hand over to the next generation. Please don't try to rule from the grave. Our time passes at some point. It is the only way to achieve generational sustainability. That is what the people of my continent deserves. Not for forensic science to be a flash in the pan, right? It must be sustainable over time. So those of you like me who are approaching retirement, I have 10 years left. Retired people, can I just say, have a lifetime of experience. Don't let it go to waste. Keep plowing back. Use your wealth of knowledge and experience. Yes, I'm saying you're retired. Please work at your own pace. You don't have to work at our pace anymore. But stay involved. Throughout our careers, my vision is for continued learning, career paths, engagement outside of our own disciplines, You heard what the Honourable Chief Justice said this morning. We are partners in this endeavour. Stay up to date with global development. So yes, we need science skills, but also softer skills. Testimony, how do we talk in front of an audience? How do we talk in an adversarial system like the court? And manage your own mental health. Decide what is needed in your own context, either your career or your country. Can I also say a word about humans? We are human. If you're in this room, I sincerely hope you are alive. Therefore, we all have human factors attached. It influences our work, and if we are in denial that, for instance, humans are cognitively biased, then I'm sorry, but that denial breeds unavoidable error. Recognition can help us to evolve to management of the human factors in forensic sciences. I don't think anybody in this room will tell me that this is not an orange. If anybody has a different idea, please tell me. Your mind is already filled in the blank that's below the white line. So if I now show you this, have you seen such an orange before? It looks like an orange, smells like an orange, has leaves like an orange, but not an orange I've seen before. That is forensic science. We have to see the entire picture. Practitioners, I will sum it up and say we need competence, excellence, and please can we stop talking about African excellence? There is no such thing as African excellence. There is just excellence. We are African and we are excellent. Period. Let us use our own talent. Recognize your fellow African peers. Why are we bringing in talent all the time? Well, the talent exists in Africa. I'm just saying. Capacitate each other. Paul Brodel said it very well when he said, if the laws made you a witness, remain, I read, women of science. If the laws made you a witness, remain a woman of science. Science is what we hold on to, nothing else. So now I want to share with you what I think about laboratories and what is the vision for laboratories going forward. Valid scientific results. So yes, a lot of things have to be in place. Alignment with international best practice. Accreditation, and may I just add, although it seems like you have to climb Kilimanjaro, it's a minimum requirement. We have to get there. So valid scientific results are attained with intent. They don't just fall out of the machine every day. Over a long period of time, you have to plan for it, you have to have the protocols in place, etc., etc. And what we are looking for is the sustained quality. It speaks to attaining the highest level of quality that you and I as Africans can do. Quality breeds confidence. So if we want young people and other professionals to go to court and be confident about what they're talking about, when they talk about quality science, they are. I'm not belaboring the scientific method, scientific rigor. When I talk about it, I'm talking about levels 1 and 2, where it is enduring and careful rigor. Quality from design to the reporting throughout the whole system gives us competence. Research is an essential element of service delivery. There are various paths to benefit from it. You can either, in your own institution, perform it yourself, or contract it out, or partner with a research institution. No forensic science laboratory does not have an academic institution, research institution close to them. Engage the next generation of forensic scientists, and in the process, you also provide career paths for them. It also allows you as a forensic science laboratory to stay up to date and to stay involved. In South Africa, research led to the institution of the GSPS system, a fully roboticized DNA profiling system. In 2006, what I will not comment about is why it was switched off. I can only tell what I'm willing to share is that it was not a scientific reason. It was deployed in 2006. Would have been totally impossible without research. So yes, we are in the omics era, And we recognize when we talk about omics that there's dignity and ethics and respect for people, and it's a long list, and I'm not going to all of it, but it is also good stewardship of forensic sciences. And whatever the omics is, recently the forensic pathologists are starting to use how proteins are preserved in bone to tell us about the age of the deceased and also about the way in which the deceased passed away. So critical that we then transdisciplinary embrace these fields. Create a future of forensic sciences in Africa. In Africa, we can create it. We don't have to just adjust to whatever latest technology comes out. We are smart, we're innovative, we can do it. Africa, and for us, if we create the future, it will be Africa-focused to serve our unique needs. So Claude Roux, who just spoke before me in 2012 already, said there's a lack of a research culture in forensic science, and he and his co-authors called it a major flaw in the system. I cannot agree more. Create a research culture in your career, your institution, your country, your continent. Then it becomes sustainable. Innovation are these 6 elements. I'm focusing on research. It's an integral part of an innovative forensic laboratory, and it's key to the evolving landscape of service delivery in our sector and our continent. We have to address specifically in our practice of research the issues of our continent, our populations, the environment, and generate practical solutions for hurdles that we encounter. In laboratories, we have to have these standards. I already shared with you my vision is for accredited laboratories, a research culture, and an innovative approach. This is not an exhaustive list, also not an exhaustive list of my vision. I'm sharing the highlights with you. So in terms of systems, scientific rigor, I will talk about the following. Networks. I deeply believe that in Africa, together we are stronger. We can share the work to carry the load, to lift us all higher than what we could achieve by ourselves. We have to organize and pitch in a practical way at this conference. Walk up to somebody that you've never met before, make that connection and carry on with it. Specific for your field, your profession, your country, and for Africa, we need these networks. Join these networks and use them to stay up to date. Yeah, okay, this is now a blatant pitch for AFSA. Stop at the booth and find out. Why do I promote AFSA? Not because I'm involved, but because I've seen the need, and you have told me this can be something that is useful for you as forensic science practitioners in Africa. So an African network in your mind may look very different than in what it looks like in my mind. And it doesn't matter whether you subscribe in the left or the right side of the network. The point is we need to move towards a network to take that first step. Partnerships. This is critical. Forensic science service delivery is often of governments, often the biggest player in the country. But academia has unique expertise and resources. The private sector has unique perspectives. Can I tell you where I come from? I come from academia. Some people who are now joining with me in the private sector come from government labs. Why would we cut that communication off the moment they no longer work for governments? It makes no sense to me. And we are independent. That's a good point that you can use. Legal frameworks, I'll say very little about it. Key element to effective change cannot happen without an effective legal framework in place. All that we do is mandated by law, and we have to work within that. And if there's no legal framework, Zambia set the tone, create one. Other African countries have done it. Reach out for help, and I'm also pointing you to Stephen Fonseca's talk at 2 o'clock today, where he will mention it, and he's from the ICRC African Center for Medico-Legal Systems. Transparency. Forensic science is subject to peer review. You cannot be a scientist and not expect peer review. Yes, I'm not saying as a forensic scientist the peer review is comfortable. It's not often it's not comfortable in court. It's an adversarial system for a reason, but it's still just peer review. We show others what we do. We don't hide our SOPs and our work documents. We don't dish up nonsense as fact. We don't go to court and blatantly lie on the record. We say when we made a mistake. I can tell you, I didn't count them, but I made several already today. I've made my fair share on the stand. Yes, on the stand while I testify. I mean, I tried to correct it immediately. The impression you create is, well, at least, you know, I'm willing to admit my mistakes. But fix it and put it behind you and move on. Don't let it become something that weighs you down over time. Accountability. Who keeps us accountability? Who keeps us accountable? I keep myself accountable first. Keep ourselves accountable. As professionals, we provide facts, etc. This affects lives and how justice is delivered. We cannot wait for others to hold us accountable. It starts with us. So, you know, it's an invalid argument to say, oh, I don't have a system in my sector or my country or my judicial district of accountability, so therefore I can do what I want. No. You are a forensic science practitioner, a professional, you have to hold yourself accountable. If it's not in place, help to put it in place. Oversight. This, like training, is one of those things, it's not a tick box. Yes, we have oversight because we called something an oversight committee. No. It must be effective, robust, and independent. And that system is in place to help us, to show us how we can practice better. Without oversight, we cannot expect the public and others to trust what we do, period. Oversight is often contrary to feeling comfortable. Embrace it and learn from it. In 2021, I had the distinct pleasure of authoring this paper with Zoe Hamad, and in there we said these issues are not unique to Africa, but they give rise to an opportunity to craft an African approach by designing innovative solutions because we can join forces, network, and so on, to share a common vision of integrity in forensic sciences in Africa. You have all heard that I'm from South Africa. You can all operate Google. In 2023, I am saying to you, I understand it's being live streamed. I understand it will live on YouTube forever. That if you are a South African in 2023 and you did not call corruption by its name, you're maybe part of the problem. It's a plague. It remains until it's absolutely rooted out, from the top through the entire forensic sciences system. In Singapore, which is a good model of how to root out corruption, they don't hold the junior people accountable. They hold the very top senior ministers accountable. And therefore, Singapore has no corruption, very much like where we find ourselves now. Independence implies that it's truly not connected. I always say, take your fiercest critic and partner with them. Both of you and the forensic science ecosystem will benefit from it. What prevents us from learning? Independence is this elusive element in forensic science often. Why? Because we are human. We don't want to admit that we made a mistake. Then people deny it, they cover it up, and it's actually often not the crime, as you know, but the cover-up that's a bigger mess. And I'm saying to you, I've seen in my career that it's due to ego and pride. And I think if you have substance, you can withstand these knocks if people criticize you. But independence is key. Without it, we cannot move forward in forensic science. So independence in forensic science, I'm also saying to you, the prosecutor in the case will move on, the legal professionals, they will move on after the case. Your organization will move on. If you did not testify independently, then you are saddled with that testimony for the rest of your career. So if you testify independently with your views and statements, you know that you can live with it for decades. So be the best forensic scientist you can be, work within your framework, and stay true to yourself. There are many technologies coming up that scares me a little bit when I think about it in the context of forensic sciences. No more than AI and OI, but I also think that if we create the future, and it is Africa-centered as we will create it. We can put our minds together to counter the AI fraud that will happen and the OI fraud that will happen. We need to be ready for it. This is out there. It's not a dream anymore. Well, OI less spread in the market yet, but AI is very commonplace now. And we need to be ready for it and invent systems in this context for Africa. We have to strengthen our ecosystem across disciplines and also forensic science practitioners. Over time, this becomes robust. I also think it's time for us to reach across national borders to mentor and prepare young graduates so that they can be part of this robust forensic science ecosystem. So forensic scientists, you and I, we see the world as it is. I like to believe. We look at the facts, and we have to correct false narratives when we encounter them. This is what the rest of the world thinks the world looks like. You've seen this map, the world map. It's the Mercator map. This is what the world actually looks like. To make it very visible, I'm superimposing these two pictures. So guess who drew up the world map? Was it an African? No. I'm just saying, you and I have to correct these narratives. There's great advantage for Africa in this, but I'm just saying. So a vision, I want to start concluding. I want to say a vision without action is empty words. It's not what we need in forensic science. It's also not what we need in Africa. We need smart goals. Let's shoot for the moon, but I want to also make sure that we hit Africa, act continental. We have to declare our goals. We have to use appropriate metrics to ensure that we can deliver on goals that are relevant to forensic sciences in Africa and on a very credible timeline to ensure that we stay on track. Let one of our goals also be to lift women. Tomorrow is International Women's Day, and the theme of the day is digital innovation and technology for gender equality. Gandhi was the one who said, "Be the change you want to see in the world." So let us honor our profession, stay true to science, practice with integrity, and let us take hands and do this for Africa. I've already showed you this slide. For practitioners, my vision is to be regulated and certified, labs to be accredited and sustainable, systems to be effective and truly serve Africa and its people. And networks and partnerships are key. If we do this, we will strengthen the forensic sciences ecosystem in Africa. I thank you. Merci, Murakoze.
Thank you very much, ma'am. No, just stay on the stage. Oh. Thank you very much, ma'am. We would like to invite Dr. Rocks, Professor Rocks to the stage, and then we'd like to have questions from the audience. Thank you. Professor Emilio, your question, sir. Just can we help with his mic? Okay. While we're waiting for the technical people, please, we'll have just 10 minutes for the questions. So let's the next person get ready for their questions. Thank you.
So, Thank you for your both very enlightening presentations. I have a presentation, your idea of going back to the fundamentals. You said, and I agree, that we have to work for forensic science beyond, beyond our use in court. But in my view, there are some issues related to the differences in the judicial systems, and specifically in the field of forensic odontology. I am an odontologist. We are facing some serious concern on patterned injury. I refer to bite marks. I refer to the issue of wrong convicted people, innocent people. And in my modest experience, I see a huge differences, not from the point of view of the knowledge that the experts have of the area in court where they have to address their testimony. There is not enough knowledge, in my view, about the difference between a common law and a civil law system. Sometimes I have discussions, because I'm from Italy, and I have discussions with US colleagues regarding the use of patterned injury. And the question is, what is your suggestion when we have to deal in the differences that any country has, most countries have within the use of scientific evidence in court? How can you bypass the differences and the distances that sometimes we face in an adversarial system related to a controversial, to a contradiction system?
Yeah, thank you. Very, very interesting questions. I think first we have to recognize that, you know, when we practice forensic science, we practice within a legal political framework. So obviously there will be differences in how it's applied depending on which ecosystem you are. So we have to recognize that. However, I think the point of what I was trying to, to say is we need to go beyond that, because there are differences in the systems. However, the science should be universal. So how do we reconcile that? This is, I don't have necessarily the answer, but one way is really to go back to the fundamental principles that should guide the scientist. And the scientist should work, really first with the scientific principles. Then, we try to communicate the best we can the meaning of the results, but what the legal framework will do with this, we don't control it. And we have to accept that. Now, I understand where you come from, and I know your field has been under debate, and there are a lot of discussions there. And in terms of patents, so I can't really comment on your specific field. I think what we're trying to do was also to go beyond just specializations and have something more global. But I will just make one comment about another area of patent, which is very interesting and maybe can illustrate what I was trying to say when I said we need to go beyond courts. It's footwear impressions, footwear mark, shoe marks. So there are two ways to look at it. I mean, I'm very simplify the thing here. One is to use in a traditional way, where we try to examine the characteristics, we look at the general pattern, then we look at acquired characteristics, and at some stage we can call it an identification or not, and there are a lot of questions around that, and it's the typical court usage of that shoe mark. Now we know that a very small number of shoe marks go to that point because simply we never find a shoe to compare with. So it's very inefficient, and we have all the questions around the identification. Now, we can look at it in a different way. We're not interested in the characteristics that can identify the shoe mark, but we can try to link different shoe marks that we find in different cases based on very, very simple general patterns. And then we can identify clusters. It doesn't say that they are the same shoes, but it identifies clusters, And with that information, it's information that can feed directly into police intelligence systems. And combined with MOs and other types of information, you know, chances are you catch the offenders in the act. So it's what I was trying to say, that the informational content of the traces can be used in a lot of different ways and not only for court applications.
I totally agree. And this is the reason why I raised the question. The issue is that because of the social media effect, we discuss cases, we even listen to cases discussed in talk show and TV. And as you said, I totally agree, they are case specific. And if we don't know anything about the documents, the investigation, we still hear opinions on social media and TV shows. And related to the pattern, what it would be interesting, since you did the Sydney Declaration, would be to maybe admit the mistakes we have done in the past, not because we did mistakes in the past, because science 30 years ago was different. We were not able to heal from COVID-19 2 years ago. This doesn't mean that we dismiss the doctors because they didn't know how to cure people. Now people do not die. And one of the limits that I feel in the philosophy is that your way of reasoning, it's a goal so difficult to achieve among experts, because I hear colleagues criticizing what was done in the 80s when there was hepatitis C, HIV, and people died of these illnesses. And of course, in the 80s, the knowledge and the attitude and the way of approaching was different. So one thing to bypass this limited reasoning among colleagues is maybe revise the cases, but just to highlight what today would have been done differently considering what was done in the past. So I'm happy that you did a very inspiring presentation. And I hope that this philosophy reaches colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just make a small thing? Because we were kind of, I was running late, and I totally forgot to show the last slide, which was probably the most important slide, which was the slide to promote the IAFS conference in Sydney in November. And we hope that we'll have many, many discussions like this one. So please, we would welcome all of you. Unfortunately, we don't have the funding to pay for your travel. But go on the website. We've got a banner there. Talk to me. But we would like to have see a very strong African contingent in Sydney in November. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. We will, in the interest of time, we'll have to move to the next presentation. If you have questions, we want you to address those questions during lunch to the people who are presenting today. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. We'd like to have Paul, Peter on the stage. The next set of presentations will be 10 minutes each, and please, we'd like you to stick to time. So we'll be inviting Dr. Paul. Where's Dr. Paul? Oh, Dr. Paul, he's a director at the Botswana Genomics Database Project. You're welcome, sir. 10 minutes.
How does it work? Excuse me. All right. Thank you so much, my previous presenters and entire leadership of the House. I'm dedicating this presentation to my biological mother, who is 80 years tomorrow. She's the first forensic scientist in my life. Thank you so much. I'm talking briefly on, just within 10 minutes, on politics and practice of forensic science in Africa. Of course, you've heard very beautiful speech and very beautiful presentation. While the Chief Justice was delivering his address. I think I need someone to help me on this. Not quite. All right, I think the IT team, you just follow my directive next. I can see from the house that we all aim at the same objective. Many years of investment into forensic knowledge, many years of active participation, lot of training in institutions, research, development, and all what have you. But why are we not moving ahead? The other presenter said, vision without an action. Antonel, who is the president of the African Forensic Science Academy, says vision without action is just mere daydream. And the truth still remains the fact that we cannot do the same thing and expect a positive change. In conferences like this, you see in the house here, if we should take a vote of professors, lot of it, beautiful. Vote of academic persons, lot of them, beautiful. People from the academic, people from all walks of life in the field of forensic, putting a lot of energy. But why are we moving at a snail speed? The Sydney Declaration, according to the president of the International Forensic Science Academy, gave a very vivid declaration of what forensic science is all about. And he also went ahead to give a 7-point agenda of what it's all about. But from that definition, we could relatively say that in a layman language, that forensic science is an evidence-based medical legal science used just in solving the daily problem of man. That is just a market man, layman definition. It can also be the use of medical and scientific tools towards an unbiased analysis aimed at justice and equity. It also can be an objective search for truth. According to the African Union, Africa is the second largest continent on earth. Bounded by the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, lying on a square meter of 11,700,000 square miles. The continent of Africa is home to the world resources. And according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, it has been discovered that Africa is still the poverty continent of the world, largely due to crime. And behind this hydra-headed monster is a poorly resourced criminal justice system. You may ask, why are the criminal justice system in Africa not well resourced? The answer lies in our advocacy system. The answer lies in the use of political institutions. The answer lies in deliveries of basic objectives from a political point of view. The Chief Justice of the Federation was here today, and he gave a very wonderful view of what forensic science can do to the medical legal system of Africa. We all are in agreement of how beautiful Africa can be if there is justice at the end of the day. The reason why we remain complacent and the reason why Africa still remains the way it is because there are no justice system in Africa. Why? Due to poorly funded medical legal system, due to poorly funded forensic-based system, and lying behind it are a group of monsters, if I may use that word with all form of humility, who are behind every crime in Africa and will never want to be exposed. There's a saying that if a thief takes your property and he dares you to go to court, that means his elder brother must be the judge. And that is what is happening in Africa. The elder brothers of those who are behind the crime, you know the answer. In this presentation, I take note of 5 African countries and try to see the availability of forensic program in those countries. They include Botswana, Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. And I must admit that in the course of doing this work, my informations were barely skeletal. Why am I saying they are barely skeletal? There are virtually few to no viable information on ground. Sad to say. And the reason you find out as I continue in this presentation. Botswana, for instance, and how do I get some of these things? I got this information through question and survey and responses from the structures we see on ground. For example, in Rwanda here, there is a forensic laboratory. For example, we see what they are doing. That is how we came in with this objective calculation. Botswana, for instance, has a population of 2.3 million. Botswana have a presence of a forensic DNA lab supported by Botswana Forensic Pathology. In Botswana, there is a use of forensic in the medical legal system, budgetary allocation above average, training institution, 1, Botswana University of Science and Technology, where Labs Pro Medical have a partnership with, inclusion of forensic services in civil service sector, yes. Next, we have Ghana. Ghana have a presence of a DNA Act, and it's applicable in the criminal justice system. There is a DNA laboratory in Ghana Police Services, training institution 2, acceptance of forensic principle in the legal system, yes. Extent of public awareness below average, budgetary allocation minimal. Nigeria, 250 million people, the most populous black nations of the world. That is where the president of the ASFM came from. Let's see how Nigeria is performing. Presence of institutionalized forensic system, no. No DNA Act, 2 DNA laboratories, 1 in Lagos and another in Abuja. Private forensic laboratory, 3. Budgetary allocation from government, none. Public awareness, below average. Republic of South Africa, population 68 million people. Presence of DNA structure, viable DNA Act, thanks to the sustained effort of advocates of DNA, which include Vanessa Lynch, who for over 10 years put in a lot of effort with other advocates to bring this to pass. Please, can we put our hands together for Vanessa Lynch, seated over there? Training institution offering forensic sciences on the increase. Acceptance of forensic services into the civil service system, yes. Public awareness above average. Impressive, and recently, South Africa has an impressive reduction on the criminal database law, which has been a concern in most of the African states. Rwanda, where we are, our host. Population 13 million people. Presence of DNA established laboratories since 2018, and one of the growing best in Africa. Can we put our hands together for Rwanda? These same services are institutionalized in the civil service system, public awareness above average, budgetary allocation by government recommended high, application of forensic principle in the legal system, 70%, presence of DNA legislation still ongoing, and I'm urging Dr. Charles Karangwa and the team to do more on this, and I'm sure it's achievable. Please, let's put our hands together for Rwanda. Now, what are the prospects in 2 minutes of forensic practices in Africa? Number one, the Hydra-headed monster of corruption will remain if there is no means of getting to those who are behind it. The president of ASFM is here. The election has just been concluded, and you know the story. He will come up and discuss more about it in just a short period of time. And beyond justice, if there's no justice, we cannot have peace in Africa. And so forensic science will bring about peace and stability in Africa, and it also finally increase access to quick dispensation of justice. Finally, it safeguards the health of the general public. My final thoughts before I take my seat, because I can see the moderators, they really want to come on stage. You see, over and above all this is the fact that we cannot do things the same way and have the same results. I can't continue on this slide because of time. In conclusion, which is the major point of this presentation, we can all have the academic excellence, all beautiful resources, all kinds of research, all kinds of attainable goals. The international president of the Forensic Science Federation came up now and announced the Sydney program. There have been several other of those. But I can tell you, all of these remain a mere academic exercise if we remain on the status quo. What must we do? We must engage in active diplomacy. We must engage in active advocacy and hold the political elite responsible for the role and the practice of forensic in Africa, because there lies the key. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very enlightening presentation. At this moment, I'm going to call upon Dr. Oum Ize. He is the president of the African Society of Forensic Medicine. Dr. Ize is a forensic pathologist and a clinical forensic physician, and is the head of the forensic medical unit at the Department of Pathology in Ibadan. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir.
I brought my
Time up, thank you.
All right, thank you.
but are you be kind?
No, I will. I'll give it to you this morning, my president.
Okay. It's difficult to speak after Paul. And he's put me on the spot. Why I'm proudly Nigerian, here I'm representing the African Society of Forensic Medicine. So I'm representing over 50 countries in Africa. But I get the message, Paul, and I think you have driven home an important consideration for every one of us. And I'm devoting a little bit of my time to emphasize the need for a political will. As we go into the science of forensic evidence, the practical realities and the African context, what is the main goal or objective of this presentation? For every practitioner here, if there's one thing that I will appeal that we do is to challenge, to doubt our certainty. You know, when we say we are certain about it, yes, we've gotten the answer. Pull back a little bit and reflect and doubt it. The reason is at the back end of the work we do, our lives, families, communities, a lot of entities are at stake. And we've got to be very careful that we're getting it right. And we need to look deeper than just the surface when we are dealing with forensic evidence. And that's why this topic and the theme in general, they're very important for forensic practitioners, especially in Africa with our peculiarities. And so, colleagues, please, let's doubt our certainty. I'll be speaking in 4 layouts: the science, the context, the reality, and the summation. So quickly, the science. This comment, and I think, Claudio, you referenced this icon of forensic science, who said that physical evidence cannot be wrong. Yeah, there is a reality in that. Facts are facts. And DNA is DNA sample. And if you get a profile, it's a profile. So physical evidence cannot be wrong. But that's not the end of this statement. We need to go further than that. But that evidence can be wronged. Now, there may not be a problem with the evidence, but evidence can be wrong. What if we fail to find the evidence? Not only to find the evidence, to find the correct evidence. If we fail to study the evidence, sometimes we are so much in a hurry to move with an evidence we found, but we're not studying the evidence. What is the nature of this evidence? What is the relevance of this evidence? What is the application of this evidence in this context? And when we fail to understand evidence, people have requested for DNA tests, and I say, excuse me, why are you asking for DNA tests? Then I just want to do DNA tests. I mean, it's fanciful. That's what everybody is talking about. So we need to understand why we are looking for evidence and we're testing for evidence. And finally, and I think most importantly, is we need to mute our biases and prejudice. Sometimes when we're dealing with cases, we've made up our mind. Yes, we found it. That guy is a criminal, we know. And usually when we interact with the police, due respect to the police, and sometimes I listen to them, they just come to me to validate their impression. No, doctor, we've already found it. This is the community. That guy is a criminal. We found him. It's just for you to. And then I pull back. My antennas are raised. What are we dealing with? What is the science? So how do we know the fact of evidence? How do you know for sure the fact of evidence? Now, the danger is in equating fact to evidence. Colleagues, facts are not necessarily evidence, but evidence could be a fact. And so we need to not equate fact for evidence. Because if you find a DNA at a crime scene, it's a fact. But is it evidence for that investigation? I've told some of my colleagues, I've hugged a lot of people since yesterday, and I think I've deposited my DNA on the clothes and the body of so many people, shaking them and hugging them. And then somebody turns dead, and police finds the DNA. I'm now a murder suspect. Does it make sense? It's the fact of the evidence? And so, what is the basis for belief or disbelief of the forensic relevance, which is now looking at the evidence? And then, of course, what is systematic framework for interrogating evidence? I'm sad to say that in most of our institutions, we do not have a systemic framework, a systematic framework for interrogating evidence to understand why they apply and how they apply. And interrogating evidence will need at least 2 approaches. We need to know the sources of the evidence and the methodologies you're using. And so when you say you've done a test, some people accept the test, but I'm more interested in knowing what method did you apply. And the problem in Africa, you're going to see why this is very important, especially in Africa. Because once you go to court and say, yes, I found this, the judges and the lawyers, I mean, with respect to lawyers, but because the awareness, you look at the Paul's presentation, the awareness is low. There are few lawyers that are researching into what we are doing. A lot of people take our message as gospel message. Once you say something is there, but nobody is actually looking at, excuse me, how did you come about this? What methodology did you apply? Is this still relevant in this context and in this time? When was it last used? Are there other people using it? Has it been validated? What accreditation mechanisms do you have? Nobody asks that question. We get the evidence and somebody is behind bar and may even lose their liberty or life. So the science of forensic evidence is for us to know that reason and science are not identical. Sometimes we reason out something and it's perfect. And I've seen police officers and even sometimes my colleagues reason out everything. It makes sense. You can see. And I recall one of my colleagues telling me recently about the loss of a colleague. And there was that tendency to say, I think this is it. But I said, okay, let's pull back. Let's do an autopsy. And I can tell you that when an autopsy was done, it was totally something different. And so we have to be very careful because reason and science are not identical. We can reason something, I know, look at his frame, it must be this, it must be cardiac infarction. I mean, we can even write this death certificate without caring. We can see he has all the features. But that's not science. Science is science. Reason is reason. However, science can involve reasoning, but sometimes reasoning may not involve science. It comes from where we are coming from and how we are brought up. Of course, the burden of proof needs the element of physical evidence. Nobody doubts that. But you know that confession is still one of the most important modalities of convicting criminals in court in Africa, confession. And who gets this confession? The police. Under what condition is it gotten? You go and find out. Sometimes under very unbearable and what you can call a torture. Yes, I have 4 minutes left, right? Yes, thank you so much. So we need to know that the burden of proof needs the element of physical evidence. And of course, to whom it may concern, everybody here is involved. The forensic practitioners, institutions, policy makers, relevant authorities, and the entire community. And that's why when we were addressing the press, it is very important that members of the public get interested into what we do in the lab, because this affects their lives. They should ask questions, and we should be able to break down forensic science in a way that the members of the public can understand it and have confidence and faith in it. And then to close the gap, contemporary knowledge and understanding is very, very important. We need to update. Sometimes we need some effort and some support in this regard from our partners, from international collaborations, and people that have done it. We can't walk this walk alone. We need to update, especially contemporary knowledge and understanding. We need to know the intrinsic nature of forensic evidence, its relevant and specific circumstances. It is like, having a brainstorming session over something that appears so simple and a done deal. But things are not always what they seem. Context, of course, is Africa. The peculiarities of Africa is our capacity. Yes, I share Antonia's vision for tomorrow. For today, we have low capacity. We need more capacity. Even the capacity needs to be updated. And this is where we need to come home in evaluating evidence. Who is interpreting this evidence? Who is looking at this evidence? Do they even possess the capacity to be able to interrogate that? What about our propensity? We in Africa, we believe. Africa, we believe. Our culture and tradition make us to believe. If you can convince me, I believe you. But that propensity to believe is a setback for forensic. We should disbelieve. We should doubt. We should have some skepticism. And then proportion. We always want to go forward. And have you heard talking to people and colleagues who say, hey, brother, let's move forward. We need to make progress. When you hear that thing, progress to where? Where are we heading to? Because we have not even sorted this. Somebody's life is at stake. Community may be misled. And so the reality is that scene management is a big issue. One of my master's students is doing a research work on management of the scene. And the preliminary findings are outstanding. How police have lots of gaps in managing scene. The understanding of the public in protecting the scene. And so the dynamics of forensic evidence handling will come in how we identify it, how we collect it, how we document it, how we package it, and how we transport it. And then the storage of this evidence, the chain of custody, the laboratory analysis that are involved, the reporting, the interpretation, and the presentation. So you can imagine, it is not just a simple thing of evidence. All these aspects can affect or have impact on the outcome and the relevance of that evidence. And so, what is the summary of my presentation in 50 seconds? The summary is that forensic evidence is only the tip of the iceberg. When we say that we found an evidence, please, over 90% of what you're looking for, you may not have found. Keep that at the back of your mind. There's a need to dive below the surface for critical appraisal. We need to be wary of dogma. Oh, this is it. And we quote authority. We say, of course, DNA cannot lie. But DNA is not a human being. We are the one misunderstanding DNA, and we are the one misapplying DNA. So DNA is not capable of lying. We are the ones capable of misapplying DNA and make it look like a liar. And it has resulted into tragic miscarriage of justice, loss of public confidence in forensic practitioners, and damage to civil order, law enforcement, and security. So the science of forensic evidence must be evident in practice and in application. And finally, I want to thank you for your attention and hoping that we can go home and reflect on all the aspects of evidence we're going to be hearing from today and henceforth, and be a little bit tempered and humble about our certainties, endow them in the interest of justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to introduce the next speaker, Professor Domingos Vita. He's a professor in public health and infectious diseases. He's the founder of the master's degree program in anthropology and forensic sciences in Angola. Professor Domingos Vita, please, you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, so you can see. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. Yeah. It's not yet. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As we said in our language, boa tarde a todos. It's the same thing. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm from Angola. My name is Domingos Vita, well known here in this association. I'll be presenting a topic on challenges for Angolan professionals to participate in international and scientific activities. I believe this topic is not just for Angola, because I was thinking myself, since I started attending this conference, I never see people from Cabo Verde. I never see people from Saint Thomas. And when we talk about the Angolan, I'm the only one. Which wrong? What is going on? Then I was forced to do a little study in my country, a qualitative, to find out what is going on. There is evidence of any increase in the number of professionals participating regularly to the international activities around of the world, but Angola is excluded. As you can see, I had the opportunity to participate to one activity in Zimbabwe, Harare, which was led by Mr. Fonseca. I was the only Angolan on that activity. He called me attention. We went to the Dakar, Senegal. I was the only Angolan. He called me attention. We went to Tanzania. I was the only Angolan, as you can see. He called me attention. We went to Lomé. I was the only Angolan. He called me attention. Even now, I'm the only one. He's calling me attention. Why? This is what we're going to discover. But before that, it is important participating to international activities. The mass country which people goes is US, England, and Canada. When we go to those activities, like what we came in now, it is a privilege of meeting great peoples. As you can see, the Minister of Health from Lomé with Professor Vita, the representative of World Health Organization. If I did not attend the activity, I should not meet them. After the meeting of Lomé, I was invited by Professor Bassino. I worked with them 1 week in Montpellier through these kind of activities. It is important on meeting like that to encourage people to bring more delegation. I was trying to follow my message, saying, okay, the delegation of Cameroon, they came 5 people. Delegation of Nigeria, they are 10 people. Delegation of Mozambique, just 1. Angolan, just 1. Just me. Therefore, we need to start talking about the relevance of participating to the event like that to our students. I started doing that. I do teach police in Angola, and I was telling them the relevance of attending event like that. As you can see, when we participated to the international event, it helped us to grow. It helped us to make decisions and resolving problems, mastering a new language. And also the professional, when we go back to our country, we don't go with the same vision that we came with it. Something always changes. New technologies. There is a challenge, yes. Attending this kind of event, there is a cost. And most of professionals, sometimes they don't attend due to the money. What we're going to see as a challenge later. Part of that, some they said, okay, maybe our president is appointing people to the new position. By the time I'm in the conference, then another they will be appointed. Let me just stay. Why I brought this topic? As a professor of research method, always we need to identify the aim about what we are talking. I want to demonstrate the challenge that Angolan professionals face in participating in activities of ASFM. This will help us to identify and to analyze those factors, demonstrate the negative impact of not participating, and to consider a relevant strategy how we can overcome those challenges. Methodology, actually, we carried a qualitative study with 24 participants due to the time. Okay. What are the challenges that we identified in our study? Firstly, language barrier. Among of 24 people who participated in our study, 80 of them, they said, we don't go because always those activities are in English and French. Is the reason people from São Tomé, Angolan, and Mozambique, Cabo Verde, they don't attend. If they come, they don't speak nothing. Who speak is only Domingos Vita. The second one is finance. It's a big challenge. I was speaking with one colleague from Nigeria. He said, I submit even my abstract, but where I can get a funding to attend an event? My friend, I'm burning with my heart, but I cannot make it because my salary is not enough to pay the event. We have here international organization. Please let us think. From my understanding, Mr. President, if all the country will come, this place, it will be small. I believe even the stadium, football stadium of Rwanda, we can fill it. Another challenge is lack of interest. Some people, they are not interested on traveling, attending the international activities, just I'm going to spend my money, let me rest in my country. We identify as well lack of information. Right now I'm speaking, the National Director of Legal Medicine on my country is following us. When I went to his office, he said, oh, I never heard it. We went to Portugal, they was talking about Domingos Vita, but I don't know what is going around of English-speaking country. That means they are not aware. It is our responsibility, Mr. President, to announce around of the country what is going on in ASFM. 1 minute. Okay, I'm really done. Lack of situation support and also countries' bureaucracies. Some people, even just to get a passport is not easy. There are challenges. Now, when we don't attend, what will happen? Professionals, they're not going to have a great vision. Vision is the capacity of seeing what another people they are not seeing. Lack of attending the event, you will be actually stuck. And you will have the spirit of limitation. The country will not have international academic and scientific acceptable, which is very dangerous. How we can overcome the situation? We need to start talking about this kind of event everywhere we can. To conclude, last year we had a Professor Shang Jeska. After my presentation, he came to me, he approached me. After the conference, from July to September, we managed to publicate 2 articles together, and we are writing one book. If he did not come to the event, or I didn't attend the activity, I was not supposed to meet him. Next month, I'm going to teach in India to the university. Why? Because I attended international activity. We are concluding here saying that if we want to see our country changing, ourselves growing, we need to attend the international event. Don't look at just the funding.
Least at minimum. Thank you very much for listening and enjoy your lunch. So let's see. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, may we all be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the last part of session 1, where the launching of the AFSA is going to take place. On the panel, we have the executive, and this executive consists of the president, who is Dr. Antonio Ocas, and then the vice president, Mehdi. Mehdi, just raise your hand so they see you. All right. And then we have the Secretary General, Carolina, the host. And then lastly, the Treasurer, Peter. Thank you. So this is the interim executive, and then I'll hand over to them to begin the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Can I just alert the IT team that the slides are not running on the front? It's at the back of us, but not at the front, on the screens. We'll just give them a moment. Thank you very much. So as Adam Lushinga kindly introduced us, we are the interim executive of the African Forensic Sciences Academy. And we are excited to be in Kigali and to share with you what has happened so far, how did AFSA start, and what we've done so far. So in this presentation, we will cover, and I now see the slides are not at, okay, that's fine. We will tell you who AFSA is, why should you be joining AFSA, why was AFSA started, who are the founding members, what does AFSA stand for in terms of our mission, our vision, and our core values. Then we will talk more about how you can join AFSA and how can you communicate with AFSA. And then the end of the session, we plan to have a Q&A, which our Vice President Mehdi will facilitate so that you can ask any questions about AFSA. And as you know, we are also available at the booth. So the IE members declare no conflict of interest in terms of AFSA. So I am Antonel Olkers, I will just for the sake of the recording do the intro. I'm Antonel Olkers, I'm an independent DNA forensic scientist from South Africa. I'm the president of the interim executive. There's one executive member who cannot, unfortunately, be with us, and he is Dr. Liam Robinson. He is also practicing in South Africa. He's a forensic odontology, and Liam is the communication secretary of AFSA. I will now hand over to the other members of the IE, as we refer to ourselves, the interim executive, to introduce themselves. I will first hand over to Peter.
Thank you so much, Antonel. My name is Paul Obole Peter. I'm a medical forensic genetist. I'm the treasurer of the interim executive, and I work as a team with the members of the executive here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolina Wanedi-Kawaiza. My background is molecular biology from Belgium. I taught for some years at university, and since Feb 2019, I've started working at the Rwanda Forensic Lab, heading the biology division where we have DNA and microbiology. And here I am the General Secretary of AFSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. So my name is Mehdi Ben Khalil. I'm from Tunisia, based in Tunis. So I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm head of departments of the forensic pathology of Belarus in Tunis. And I'm also a professor at the University of Tunis El Manar, so teaching legal medicine, ethics, and health law. And now I'm here in my capacity as Vice President of the IE of AFSA. So, why AFSA? We already have ASFM, we already have several other societies, associations, networks, etc. So, first question would be, logically, what is the rationale behind having AFSA, the African Forensic Sciences Academy? First thing, and it was said this morning, is that Africa already have several experts in several fields. However, when it comes to calling for an expertise or an experts, most of the time policymakers, or sometimes we do, think about experts out of Africa. It's not because we are not confident in the experts of Africa, most of the time because we don't know who are the experts in Africa and who can serve in capacity building or in offering forensic sciences. Second point is that from country to country, but also across the fields, the forensic science services in Africa are still discrepant. Some countries are more, I would say, efficient in legal medicine, forensic pathology, at instance. Some other countries are more, I would say, competent in DNA and all the biology fields. So when it comes to the cross fields and different fields of forensic sciences, sometimes not all the countries in Africa do have the expertise, do have the capacities. And it was also said this morning, sometimes we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes it's sufficient that we cooperate, we collaborate, we learn from each other, and we can also work together for better forensic sciences services in our continents. Today, as I said already, we already have several scientific societies, associations, etc. But there is an absence of a collegial and united structure in place prior to AFSA that can speak for all the forensic sciences fields and for the whole continent, so not only on a sub-regional or zonal representation. And this is the first and the biggest rationale behind why should we create this academy. And it will be said later on, this academy don't have the intention to be an academic structure. It will be much larger than that, and this is what will be covered later on when we will speak about the mission of AFSA. So, after the rationale, you are expecting what are the objectives we are intending beyond this academy. And grossly, we can summarize this in three main objectives. So the objective number one is to create and to offer a network for forensic science practitioners in all fields of forensic sciences across the African continent. We are not speaking only about forensic pathologists, we are not speaking only about anthropologists, we are not speaking only about data and mathematics or IT forensics, banking forensics, so it can go across all the fields. And here again, later on, and in the website, we are giving an idea about what are the fields that AFSA would like to cover and to be the voice of. The second objective is to be able to support practitioners in creating opportunities among the continent, specific challenges encountered in Africa. As I said earlier, sometimes we need an expert in one field, but if we don't know who can be the expert from Africa, of course we will go and look out of Africa, not only because the people out of Africa are good, and they are very good, and I acknowledge that, but most of the time because we don't know who can be as good as them in the continent. Or it can be also people from Africa who are working outside Africa and that who are keen to support the work done in the continent. And the third, and not the least, objective of we are proposing for AFSA is to build a culture of quality and excellence. And ultimately, this culture of quality and excellence among forensic scientists and forensic science practitioners will help enhancing, enlightening, and improving the justice and humanitarian efforts in Africa. You know, it can work for, I would say, a normal business work for the judicial system, but it can also work whenever there is a crisis, whenever there is man-made disasters or natural disasters or all kind of emergency situation. And here again, it was said this morning, so you see that I was concentrating this morning, is that there is no African excellence, no African quality, there is a quality, there is an excellence, and we would like to build on this culture and to have it as a common and normal behavior among practitioners in Africa. So here we have the birth certificate of AFSA. So the date of birth was 3-day or 4-day actually meeting, workshop. I mean, yeah, we can be inventive in the names, but let's say a 4-day event we had in Pretoria in South Africa, and we had 17 founding members who were the seed planters. So I don't want to call them the genitors or the parents, because otherwise we might have some biological links and it will create conflict of interests. But let's say seed planters, and later on my colleague Carolina will introduce the 17 founding members who were very, very proactive, very, I mean, a magnificent team. And for me personally, it was one of the best meetings I've ever been. The starting points and the ground rules we had in that event was, first of all, we are all here to try to act with a goodwill. So the goodwill here is improving forensic sciences practice in Africa in all the fields, but also offering whatever we can offer to improve the existing systems. Second one was the benchmark, and of course we cannot offer a service that is less, I would say, quality or less important as what it is offered by others. And one of the benchmark we had, not the only one, but one of them was the IAFS work, and one of the main documents we used as a reference was the Sydney Declaration, and I'm very grateful to Professor Claude Roux, who was one of the 17 founding members. I'm anticipating on my colleague's presentation. And the third ground rule for us was, let's try to be innovative and dream big. We deserve to dream big. We are the biggest continent. We are the continent with the biggest representation of young people. We are the continent with almost, if we don't count China and India, we have the most population in the world. So they deserve that we dream big. Of course, with being realistic, with dream big, but act slow locally. But this was one of the ground rules we had. I cannot advance more before showing our gratitude to at least these 3 institutions, ICRC, and more specifically the African Center for Medico-Legal Systems. We put the name of Stephen Fonseca, Lucinda Everett, and Vaughan Rousseau. They are not the only one, but they are, we think, the one we would like to acknowledge specifically the efforts they have done for the success of that event. Of course, DNA Biotech and the whole team in South Africa who supported the process, they moderated the workshop, and the Rwanda Forensic Laboratory, Dr. Charles Karangwa, but also all the team in Rwanda, at least for giving us the chance to work with a magnificent colleague, namely here Carolina, but also the local team here and all the support we had from them. We want to show you all our gratitude. We would like also to give a big thank you to at least these 3 institutions. First of all, the African Society of Forensic Medicine for giving us this opportunity, but I would say that I think ASFM is conflicted because they are AFSA. They were one of the seed planting persons, but still we are very thankful for this opportunity. IAFS, I was saying that it was one of our benchmark, not the only one, but one of the main benchmark, and Professor Claude Roux, who accepted to be there and to support, and all the support you are having. And the ICT Chamber, Rwanda, namely, especially Alex, the head of the ICT, but also Nicole, Sandra, and Christian, who helped us crafting the website that I hope you can discover when you scan the QR code in the banners, but we will also show the address later on. So everything started with this slide. So in the beginning, we were thinking about, okay, Pan-African Forensic Science Academy, should it be science with an S or without an S? If we don't put an S, it's maybe perceived as only legal medicine, forensic pathology. So it was one of the warm-up discussions we had, and everything started with this slide. I wanted to share with you this slide, and along the way, the main outcomes, I would say, of this event, first of all, was offering and crafting a clear vision and mission statements. The one my colleague Paul will show later on, and the one you can explore on the website and on the flyers we have in the booth. And second, a 3-year strategy framework. And here again, so it's not an operational strategy, but still we have at least the general lines of what should be AFSA in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years, and this is helping the IE a lot. Third outcome of the workshop was electing 5 persons, individuals, to represent the founding member and to do the operational work. So we are not yet the board of AFSA. The board of AFSA should be elected by the members of AFSA in a general assembly, and later on we will speak about how maybe, and we wish, you can be members of AFSA, and this will be for the benefit of everyone, I hope. And this executive interim team that was started the work in week number 51, 2022, and finished its last meeting yesterday, crafted a draft financial policy, because we think that accountability and all the items related to finance should be very clear, transparent, and I mean, without any doubt on the process. We drafted a constitution. We are in the last steps of validating the constitution with the attorney in Rwanda. We have a code of conduct, because we think that ethics should start from ourselves, from the members, so we cannot ask our colleagues in the respective department to be ethical if we are not showing good proofs of our ethical behaviors. We have communication channels, so we have the website, we have the LinkedIn account, the Twitter account, and later on Antonella will speak about. And finally, we have a sign-up system for membership, and I'm anticipating here again, you can sign up for membership starting from now, if you want, or maybe just after this session, and you will be more than welcome for that. So I will end my speech with this beautiful picture of these 17 very, very beautiful and handsome persons, and I will hand over to Carolina to speak to us about.
Yes, so you can see here the team, the whole team of founding members, and I guess we have maybe half of them here today. If you can stand for acknowledgement. Yes, Professor Hu. Yes, Ryan. Yes. So thank you to all of you for joining in Kigali today. The meeting gathered forensic practitioners from different specialties. So we had forensic pathologists, we had human DNA practitioner, anthropology, odontology, humanitarian, forensic, chemistry, and, oh, what happened? Back? Yes, and human disaster and disaster victim identification. So here we are, a small group, but we expect to grow quickly. Now, those kind of activity can't be done without support. It has already been mentioned by my colleagues here. So at each step of our history, the history of AFSA, we receive some support. And now I would like to give a word to a few of them and calling them by alphabetic order to give them a few minutes to tell us about the support to AFSA. So I'm starting with Dr. Uom Eze, who is the president of ASFM. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there is no much talk to be shared anymore than to say that Africa is developing vehicles, and we hope that this is going to be one of the many other relevant vehicles that we need to promote forensic practice, not only within Africa, but around the world. And I think to everybody that is sitting here, it's a credit to you, it's a credit to African innovation and foresight and vision, like Antonia said. And I hope that this seed that has been sown will germinate, be tended, and we grow into a very big tree that we offer shared for generations that are yet to come. And like I mentioned, it's one of the vehicles. It will go along with other vehicles we already have, like the African Society of Forensic Medicine and other societies and organizations in Africa. And it is at the core of one of our abiding principles, which is collaboration and teamwork. So once again, thank you for giving and believing in this. And I want to thank the interim executive for the hard work you've done. I know the founding work was, a kind of very heated and compact and engaging, constructive time we had, but we pulled through. And what you've done now is a testament to the fact that Africa can thrive once we give ourselves a chance and we believe in ourselves. So this is the color of Africa, and I hope that we embrace it and run with it and make the best out of it as we invite our collaborators from across the world to join hands together and make sure that this thrives just like ASFM, and together we'll lift Africa with the visions that we've shared with you earlier today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to ask, Steven Fonseca, who is the head of ICRC African Center for Medical Legal System, to share his message.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm not Barry White. I have laryngitis. 7 years ago when we came to Africa, I don't think we really appreciated how much expertise existed here. And I don't want to delve too much into my presentation, which I think is next, but what AFSA is, and what I hope it will continue to be, is that evolution that we've been waiting for. The progression from all the work that has been done in the last few years. ASFM started 10 years ago. It brought people together. It started that sense of community. And I think we're now at a stage where we have to start looking at a registered body, a body that speaks to our ethics, what we want to uphold in ourselves and our colleagues. We've got a great community. We've got a very young continent. We have the next generation of people. I'm going bald, so clearly I'm moving on and someone else will be taking over with a lot more hair. So I think it's so important that we put together now these kind of bodies, these communities, so that the next generation doesn't struggle like you have. And you sure have struggled. Africa has not got the visibility internationally that it deserves. There's some brilliant, brilliant people across this continent, and I think this is our shot now. And the fact that the president of the International Association of Forensic Sciences is sitting here, his second time to Africa since December. Take a moment to think how fantastic that is for Africa. I haven't seen that since I've been in Africa 2015. Also, Ahmed from the African Union sits here today. We're at a different stage than we were 5-7 years ago. So I'm super proud of these people who did truly battle it out in December. And I'm really proud of what we were able to convene as the center, but this is the next stage for Africa. So please support it, please become members. I absolutely will be, and I think it's going to be super exciting to see what the next few years hold, because I know that Professor Rue is wondering how does he get the next international conference to Africa. I'm sure he's thinking that right now. If you're not, I can try and hypnotize you. Conference Africa. Follow my hand. So all the best to AFSA. It's a great, great institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Now I'm giving the micro to Dr. Charles Karangwa, who is the Director General of Rwanda Forensic Laboratory, so my boss.
Good afternoon, everyone. Finally, our dream becomes reality. We can see it in the horizon. So the first day, our representative in the founding meeting in Pretoria, Caroline was our representative at the meeting. She informed me that now they come up with a resolution that AFSA will happen. It was really amazing. And I was very proud of this message. Today, yes, we are still undergo a journey of registration. You have to register AFSA. There is a process. But be sure that we are here to support you so that you can help in the registration process. And we have been good contacts with the registration body. We should not have any trouble to get registration for this one. Another thing, we are happy that they have chosen Rwanda to host the operation headquarters. It's another sign that they have more continue to have trust among our scientists, especially in the domain of forensic science. To be honest, it's a privilege for us. It's an honor, and we'll be proud to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karangwa. Now, the last message has been drawn from a long way. So, yes, please, Professor Roux.
Thank you, and thank you, Stephen, for all the good words. First, I'd like to say I've been really impressed. I've been impressed first in December when I've been invited to join the founding meeting in South Africa. And I must admit, I knew very, very little about Africa, except, I would say, some of North Africa. I grew up in Switzerland, so in Europe, so North Africa is, kind of part of the culture almost. But everything else was a bit blurred. So the visibility issue that was mentioned a couple of times, I think is real, and I think it's absolutely fantastic for an association like AFSA. I think that would be a great vehicle to really promote Africa and African forensic science. A few words about IAFS, and again, thank you, Steve, for the question and trying to push a next IAFS meeting in Africa. First, IAFS is the only association that joins, encompasses forensic science, the technology and science aspect, the medical side, and also being completely across borders. No links to a regional part of the world. So I think that's a first thing that is important to say. So obviously, Africa is an important part of the world. So it's something which is important for IAFS. The other thing for IAFS as well is it's in the mission of this association really to promote, to help capacity building, and really to make sure that all the different parts of forensic science can talk to each other, regardless of where they are from, etc. So again, helping this AFSA right from the start was really absolutely logical. Stephen, you are very kind to mention myself. I'd like to say that it's even better or worse because we also have Professor Michael Polanen in the room. So Michael, I don't know if you want to stand up, but Michael is the immediate past president of IAPS. So you've got two. So hopefully it speaks volume of our support to AFSA. Last thing, I just really want to thank and congratulate the interim committee, and especially Dr. Antonella Olkers. The amount of work, first in the December meeting and then since the December meeting, it's mind-blowing. I don't know how they've done that. I don't know if they are sleeping, but it's really impressive. So I think we should have a big round of applause. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Professor Roux. Now I'm giving back the floor to my colleague, Peter.
Thank you so much, Carolina. There are three kinds of people you should never invite to an occasion and give a mic. Number one set, a pastor. Two, a politician. And the last person, an academic person. I'm not one of those, so I'm going to be very, very, very brief. What is the vision of AFSA? We hope to be a leader in promoting excellence and integrity in forensic science in Africa. We've talked so much about excellence, the need for integrity. Our vision is to achieve that. And in doing that, our mission includes promoting evidence-based, innovative, and multidisciplinary forensic science practice. Multidisciplinary had been mentioned. We are a group of various disciplines. We've heard of forensic genetics, we've heard of various, the pathology group and everything. So we are a multidisciplinary group, and we hope as a mission to promote that under the same umbrella of AFSA. We also hope to promote relevant and impactful research and in dissemination forensic science knowledge among practitioners and institutions in Africa. You can see that beside the many institutions that we have here, we also have training institutions. We don't have to leave the student body and the other training institution behind. We hope to also disseminate forensic science knowledge among those, both in the institutions and among practitioners. And we intend developing appropriate standard and guideline, because we cannot just do whatever we want to do without specific guideline and rule. AFSA intend developing that in consultation and in collaboration with the other existing people that are on ground. And we hope to promote collaboration, partnership, and training in forensic sciences. Thanks to ASFM that started this form of collaboration and partnership, and it will continue, so. What is our core value? What do we stand for? What are we known for? We are known for excellence. I'm saying we are known for excellence because we have already started. We'll also be known for transparency, integrity and ethical practice, independence and impartiality, inclusion, diversity, and equality. And independence, what do we mean? We hope to empower forensic science practitioners to make decisions without outside influence. In my presentation, I did make allusion to the fact that if somebody steals your property and is asking you to go to court, probably his brother is a judge. And so, as an independent and impartial body, we intend to group and to empower the forensic scientists and practitioners so that there will be minimal external influence. And part of our core values include integrity and ethical practice, adherence to global practices, professionalism, honesty and transparency, which make us to be accountable in every ethical standard. And we hope to have equality, diversity, and inclusion. This is the only organization where you have an inclusion of every forensic practitioners from every culture, every race, coming together towards promoting the standard of forensic sciences in Africa. And above all, we want to be excellent. We want to adhere to scientific rigor. We want to be continuous in our improvement. We want to have a critical appraisal and standardization of our system so that whatever comes out of forensic practice in Africa can be tenable anywhere in the world as a mark of our excellent practice. And in doing so, we'll be very transparent. Transparent in the sense that there is no hidden thing anywhere. We want to remain accountable to all our members. We want to remain accountable to the people outside. We want to remain accountable to Africa. We want to remain accountable to institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Next, I would like to talk to you about one of the projects that the IE undertook, that by when we launch here in Kigali, we will have a website up and running. We have discussed often how ambitious the goal was, but it is done. So we are africanfsa.org. It is on the little flyer that you can also pick up at our booth. On the website, under the membership tag, you can see how to apply for membership. So if there is still an issue with the QR code, go to africanfsa.org and go to the membership tag and then join AFSA today. If you click on that link, you can download your particulars, and then you can pay for your membership starting tomorrow at the AFSA booth. I plan to walk up literally with cash in hand. More about that in a moment. So we have several categories of membership. We have full members for those of us who are credentialed or have 5 years of experience in forensic science practice, etc. We work inside or outside of Africa, but we are African. And please look at our website for exactly how we define African. And you can read all of the rest on our website. Associate members, perhaps, are working towards their credentials or they don't have the full 5 years yet. You can still join AFSA, and please do so as an associate member. Students, we always want to see you joining us so that you can become a part of this academy. As many people have said today, we are the interim executive. I always say we are a very temporary instrument of AFSA. Soon, we will vacate these seats. Then there will be an AFSA board. And the young people who are currently students, one day you will be the AFSA board. So please stay involved in the evolution of AFSA so that you become part of the future that you can create for Africa with AFSA. We also have affiliate members. If your institution wishes to join, there are 2 categories in gray: honorary members and founding members, which you cannot apply for membership. AFSA bestows that on somebody. So the founding members, you are now well aware of who we are. In the future, there will also be other categories of membership. Yes, the question, how much is it going to cost? This was one of the heated debates that Uam mentioned in December. What exactly are we going to peg the membership as? So meet me at the booth and debate with me further, but currently the membership is $50 for full members, $30 for associate members, and $10 for students. So if you join during the conference, and please do so. We will get in touch with you after the conference to process your application, to approve it, and then also to issue your membership. There are some other surprises if you join during the conference, which I will leave for a later time after this week. So if the QR code, if you're wondering where to find it, it's at the booth. You can just hold up your phone, snap the QR code, and it takes you to the link of how you can sign up for membership. So how do we define forensic sciences? Media has already said, and Claude has already spoken about it this morning. We have so far adopted the Sydney Declaration to say this is how we define forensic sciences. So please get involved with the discussion on the Sydney Declaration so that we as AFSA can also give input and feedback from our members, you. that are going to sign up. These are the areas of expertise and practice that we are representing within AFSA. It's also on the website, but it's biology, the regular categories that you've always seen. However, even at the founding meeting, we felt that the medicine category was lacking. So this, you will see that it is the classical OSAC categories. We've added, however, forensic psychiatry and imaging, and there was something clinical forensic practice, which we also added because it immediately came out. So the founding members already changed the OSAC classification. So if you speak anything other than English, the website is available in Arabic, French, Swahili, and then English. So you will see on the right top hand corner there are 4 flags. Just click on the French flag and the entire website is translated to you in French. I thank the Rwanda ICT Chamber for this magic. You cannot thank the IE for it. We just want to be as inclusive as possible. We understand that there are more languages in Africa. Right now, the official languages of AFSA is English, and where we can, we translate texts into French, but the website, fortunately, there are AI bots that can now help us to get that done. So I call on those of you who are Arabic speakers, French speakers, probably everybody in the room except me, and also those of you who speak Swahili to please go and verify that the AI bots are doing their job. So please stop at our booth, pick up the information and talk to our volunteers. They will be happy to talk to you and join AFSA so that we can form a robust network for all of the forensic sciences within AFSA, within Africa. If you are sitting there and you're thinking AFSA is the people on the stage or the founding members who stood up, I just quickly want to correct and say, AFSA is not us. AFSA is you. Yes, we are on social media. I currently run the accounts, which is very dangerous. But I did tweet out, the RFL will be happy to hear the live stream links in both French and English this morning. So if you visit us on Twitter, the links are there, and it will stay on YouTube, obviously. Our handle on Twitter is AFSA_African, and we are using that handle throughout all of the social media platforms. Please go and visit our Twitter page and tweet and link and hashtag and do whatever you can. We are also on LinkedIn, also with the hashtag AFSA_African. And you can just type in our name. We are requesting that you please tag us whenever you post so that we can create some noise so that let the world speak about AFSA and let the world speak about forensic sciences in Africa. I hand over to my colleague Mehdi, who will facilitate the Q&A.
Yes, thank you, Antonelle. So yeah, now the floor is yours. Whenever you have any questions, we are glad to give you some clarification or element of answers. Et si vous voulez poser la question en français, on pourra aussi répondre en français pour faciliter par rapport à la traduction. Je pense que le micro il est en place. The mic is on the way.
Thank you very much. My name's Sylvester Onzivua from Uganda. I want to thank you for this initiative. I will definitely be a member. We have had a big challenge of training forensic scientists. And of course, it's been mixing it with forensic medicine. In the entire East African region, I must say we don't have a college for training forensic pathologists as well as forensic scientists. So my question is, what plans do you have for training of our scientists in this area?
Thank you very much for this question. And it was one of the, I would say, strong discussions we were having. So how far can we go in training practitioners in the African countries? Here, I'll start with two elements of answer, and maybe my colleagues can supplement whenever needed. First of all, the question of accreditation of the diplomas and the credentials is under the sovereignty of the countries. So no external body can train a practitioner who will have a diploma recognized by a ministry or an authority if it don't go through the authority. But the second thing is that what we think AFSA can attend at a certain point, we are not yet here, but it is one of our, I would say, objectives, is that we can support the either academic institutions or the ministries in developing curricula and also in maybe in a third step, accreditation of the curricula. And what we can also offer is a network so that, for example, practitioners in Uganda, as we are speaking here about this case, can find a place to go for training, specific training that can be recognized afterwards in their countries. Because here we cannot go above the sovereignty of the countries, but AFSA can offer this network, but also can offer the expertise and the knowledge, and hopefully once in place, we can also offer the credibility of AFSA about how serious the training was and how efficient the practitioner can be. But thank you very much for this very important question. Antonin?
Thank you, Mehdi. If I could just add, thank you so much for your question. I think it's a key one. One is informal training, so not for credentials, but a short course or a short program. And the other is then exactly as Mehdi addressed. What we are hoping to do with AFSA, and there are bodies already reporting us that that is what they want us to do, is to be a conduit to make the training that is already available in AFSA via different streams just visible. Because currently people in Botswana is looking for specific training, that Uganda may be also looking for the same training, that Tunisia may be also looking for the same training. But the training is provided in Tanzania, but nobody knows. And so that is, I think, one of the first steps when we think about training and in Africa. Let's make it visible. So that is a huge task, but we will ask our members to report to us, what type of training do you run? How can we make it visible? Then we have to make a strategic plan for AFSA with regard to training in Africa. There are external bodies from the US and Europe who are sponsoring training currently in Africa, which they themselves call just disjointed, because it's more haphazard than a very formal plan in place, and they would wish for AFSA to be the conduit of just making it visible, organizing it, saying what is really needed. We will never make that decision. We will go to our members. So if you join as a member of AFSA, get yourself ready for a couple of surveys. Education and training is one of them. There's about 7 on my list currently, but we have spoken about quite a few more. So it's more than just the formal training. There's also these informal training programs, and then continuous capacity building. So once we are credentialed, how do we keep our credentials relevant? So we talk about continuous professional development. I mean, even me as a late stage forensic scientist, I love to learn. I want to learn, I want to stay up to date. Where do I go? I would like for other Africans to train me. And other entities that train in Africa, I would like to join that. But I don't know about that, and I also don't know who exactly is providing what. Thank you, Mehdi.
We still have 10 minutes, according to the chronometer. Yeah, we still have one question. Yes, please.
Dr. Alfred, I'm a psychiatrist. I work in Geneva University Hospitals in forensic psychiatry. Unfortunately, I will speak in French. Moi, je travaille en psychiatrie.
I work in a psychiatric university in Geneva, and I am in charge of a unity which, because we see some adults, people really commit crimes, and they are placed in some specialized clinics to follow their behavior. My question is not really related to that, but it's related to AFSA. I am expecting that you should also elaborate a little bit in your planning to do to face some competence transfer, because we really have many journeys. We have a lot of African people who are really competent, but who do not know that we do not know that we have those experts. Is it possible to imagine in the coming years so that we can identify which experts and which competence or area of expertise they can share their expertise, create a form of database of those experts, and if a given country wants to organize a training, informal or formal, so that they could be able to know this platform will be able to connect those who have experts and skills and those who need skills and competence. Is it possible to do it on a continental level? Thank you very much.
To translate the question. Yes, I can do it. So our colleague is a forensic psychiatrist working now in Geneva, dealing mainly with the people originally from Africa who are doing criminal acts in Geneva. And the question was, how far can AFSA create a kind of database and the mapping of the African experts working out of Africa, so that we can know who is the person, what is the area of expertise, where he or she is based, so that we can also have this interconnection, but also this knowledge transfer from outside Africa to Africa, from Africans. So this was the question, and I will answer him, but I will start answering in English just to say, of course, I mean, this is one of our core mission, is to offer this mapping of experts. We were already discussing, I'm not disclosing something confidential, but just one of the discussion of the IE is that we are aiming at a certain time to have a map of the world, and you can click on a country or on a spot, and then you have who is there, what is the expertise, etc. And one of this. I will just answer him in French first, please. Alors, effectivement, merci beaucoup pour la question, et en effet, ça fait partie des prérogatives que nous pensons, et d'ailleurs, une des idées que nous avons, c'est d'avoir une carte du monde. On va commencer bien sûr avec la carte de l'Afrique, pour que à chaque fois, il va y avoir un point d'une couleur particulière, on va trouver donc
have a particular color in particular domain of expertise, so we could have a data which are centralized, and when one need really a specified expertise or an expert in such an area or domain can be able to find, because as we know, we have Africans all over the country. We would really need them. It will be really unfortunate to not to benefit from your expertise, for example.
2 or 3 questions, yes please. So the mic is on the way.
Merci. Je suis le professeur.
Thank you. I am Professor Mohamed Souma from Senegal. And thank you very much. Congratulations to establishing ARSA. And I would like to say that for us, Francophone, we could say that we have a congenital malformation, because we all the predicates, all the basic core values that we have based on AFSA are already, we could say that their questions, answers has been, because our diploma, our certificate, our degrees are harmonized, are recognized in all countries. Because the professor is from Guinea, and in Senegal, we can accept him because he's on the same standard. Because in the debates, what does this mean? We do not really find ourselves in the practice of medical forensic science. If we are in a Francophone side, we do not find ourselves in the same area in forensic science in Anglophone. But the best way to be able to fill in, to find ourselves home it would be better to discuss it. So I think that our president is coming from South Africa. I would like to say that what the Nelson Mandela said, what is done without us is done against us. So what I would like to say today, we discover that, yeah, there is we should be able to, in the beginning, taking into account our specificities, our characteristics, but the reality in your space may be not the same as I am speaking, or on our side.
Je vais peut-être traduire rapidement pour les collègues et je pourrais donner un élément de réponse. So Professor Sana from Senegal is raising a very, very important point. He's saying that the realities among the continent is different. So for example, in the eastern zone of Africa, they already have an accredited program for 6 or 7 countries, I forgot, I'm sorry for that, who are teaching the same way, they are practicing the same way, and the way and the system, judicial system, is way different from the other zones, for example, the Maghreb, North Africa, or for the countries in the south. So the question he's raising is that we already start with something that is not probably homogeneous for all the countries, so what can be the incentive for them to join AFSA if they already have their system? So this is basically the question. I will answer first in French because it's a hot topic, but I like the question. It's a challenging one. And then we still have 3 times, so maybe I can translate my answer. Otherwise, we can pick the last question and give the English one out of record. Alors, premièrement, merci beaucoup. Deuxièmement, je comprends très bien la sollicitation parce que moi aussi, je viens d'un pays où le système est complètement différent. Et c'est un système qui est un peu entre le système européen et le système AMES. C'est un peu intermédiaire et du coup, c'est clair que pour la Tunisie, par exemple, je parle pour mon pays, le pays que je connais un peu le mieux, dans ce domaine-là, je dirais que peut-être AFSA ne va pas trop offrir quelque chose de vraiment pertinent. Alors là où AFSA est intéressante, c'est que ça ne couvre pas seulement la formation. Il y a la formation informelle, il y a le réseautage et il y a surtout le travail intersectoriel et interspécialité. Et ça, ce n'est pas offert par ASFM par exemple. Ça ne peut pas être offert par des structures d'accréditation, des structures académiques parce que ça va au-delà. Et troisième point, et c'est un point qui peut être intéressant aussi pour vos pays et pour vos systèmes, c'est tout ce qui est remise en question par rapport aux guidelines et par rapport aux règles de qualité, on va dire, parce que c'est très important aussi de se faire challenger. Parce que parfois, on arrive, et je parle pour mon pays, hein, rien qu'à voir ce que notre président est en train de faire. Avant un mois, je n'aurais jamais parié qu'un président de mon pays dirait, excusez le terme, une connerie pareille, pour dire qu'on a besoin de se faire challenger aussi, et je pense que AFSA peut offrir ça pour vos pays. We still have 1 minute, so I will quickly say what I was saying. 3 words. First of all, I agree that AFSA will not offer everything for everyone, but AFSA can offer beyond training system, can offer beyond informal training and formal training. There is the networking part, there is the guidelines production, but also challenging ourselves can be something interesting. I think we still have time for 2 quick questions. Yes, please. And then the last one, because otherwise the MC will just kick out of the chronometer saying 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Thank you to the interim executive of AFSA and then all AFCM members and the guests. This is a laudable objective, and I'm happy that there was some kind of synergy between the new association and ASFM. But again, we want once, my name is Professor Iwebike Onyoro. I am an anatomy pathologist and a forensic physician. I'm a Nigerian, that's where I teach too. So if we read ASFM, you will see ASFM is actually a Pan-African group of forensic medicine and science practitioners. Yes, it may not have been practical, but what I would suggest at this point, good thing that members of ASM was on board, I would suggest that rather than duplicating our efforts, let's melt it into one pot so that we know that we are doing one thing. we don't have to duplicate effort. I mean, I don't mind whatever it is, but let's just synergize. My name actually is synergy, if you understand what IGIHE means. It's actually having a whole mass moving in one vector quantity, as a vector quantity, not a scalar quantity. So let's melt it into one pot. That's my suggestion, however it will be, so that we can drive it as an African body. I think that is appropriate because we may be duplicating effort if we have the two bodies stand. Thank you.
I'm very mindful of the time because I'm seeing the moderator is not happy. Can we take this discussion just after on the booth or during the coffee break, because we are really running out of time and we have to conclude. I'm very sorry for the two colleagues who are raising their hands for the question. So Carolina, for the conclusion, I think you will still have 10 seconds.
Yes, so in conclusion, if can you... But in fact, in conclusion, just to thank you. Thank you all the people who are here in this room for your attention, for your contribution. It was very interesting to hear from you. Then I would like also to thank the organizer, who allow us, so the organizer of ISFM meeting, who allow us to share with you what we have been starting in South Africa. And again, it has been said before, but we have a booth right there, next door, the door there, so you can't miss it. So please come and visit us, and we shall answer all the other questions you may have. And now, yes, and we shall be here until the end of the conference, so anytime on the booth or wherever. We shall be happy to answer to your question.
Thank you, Carolina. And unscripted, I will quickly take over. Adam, give me 2 seconds, please. This is the only public moment I have to thank the other members of the interim executive, Peter Paul, Carolina Wantege, Carolina Kabayiza. That is, thank you. Just, I don't have words how you pull it off here in Rwanda. Mehdi, I literally don't have words how to thank you. I'm just saying thank you to all of you for walking this journey with me, dreaming big, accomplishing most of it. So thank you very much. And to the speaker who just had the question about ASFM versus AFSA, I'd be happy to talk to you at the booth. The entities are distinct, but I'll be happy to entertain you at the booth whenever we have a moment. Thank you, Adam, for the indulgence.
Thank you again to the executive of AFSA. You may take your seats. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our first session. Remy, just stand up. I want the House to give us a round of applause for managing the stage for 2 hours, 30 minutes. Please give us a hand. Thank you so much. I'll now hand you over to our next group of moderators for the second session. That is Dr. Samia Okishiro and Dr. Eze. Please welcome our new moderators. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sam and I will be coordinating this. Please, we would like to make it as quick as possible. We'll be sitting down there most of the times, just to limit coming here. So hopefully our mics will work. You will see an inscribed 2 minutes left that we're going to friendly, flash so that you can know you have 2 minutes remaining. And we're going to make sure that your time is given. So we use stopwatch to keep the time. we hope that all the presenters will cooperate with us. Please, I hope we have all the presenters ready. We actually would like them to come and sit. If there is a place that is a little bit free, the first row, please, let's put our hands together to the following people. Please occupy the front row. Stephen Fonseca from the ICRC. Please, a round of applause. Yes. Next to him is Klaus Pusher. I hope I pronounced it very well. Apologies if it's not the right pronunciation. Is he here? A round of applause, please. Please come over to the... Hello, sir. Please, could you come to the front table? Yes, close to Stephen Fonseca. And next will be Sergei Eko. Do we have the gentleman here? Sergei, is he here? Okay, so we invite him when he comes. Followed by Antonia Fushker. I've murdered the name, but please come over to the front table. A round of applause for her. Yeah, please, let's sit in order. So you'll be the third after Stephen Fonseca. Then we have Olivier. It's my good friend Olivier. Please, a round of applause. Please come to the front row table. And then we have Catherine Smith. Catherine Smith. A round of applause for Catherine Smith. And finally, Tracy. Do we have Tracy here? Yes, excellent. Okay, so we'll start with the first presenter, but my colleague is going to read a short bio about him, and then we invite him. So this may be the last time you're going to see us here. We'll be operating from downstairs. Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I will be reading a short citation of the next presenter, Stephen Fonseca. Stephen's career in death investigation started in 1998. He spent 16 years working as a coroner in the British Columbia Coroner Service, 8 years as the manager of the Identification and Disaster Response Unit. He participated in federal and provincial technical committees and working groups to improve missing persons and unidentified bodies programs. In 2012, Stephen was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal in recognition of his service to his fellow citizens. Stephen joined the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, in 2013, working in Lebanon on the forensic and the technical aspects, elements related to the search for Lebanese civil war missing and the dead. Since 2015, Stephen worked in Africa, where his focus was to empower authorities to enhance justice and medical legal systems and systemize medical legal processes. In June 2022, Stephen transitioned to the role of the manager of the ICRC newly created African Center for Medical Legal System. Stephen, you are welcome on board. Please present.
Can you all hear me? Should I sing a song? So thanks very much. I'm starting this. This is already becoming very expensive for me because I've insulted my fellow Canadian, my colleague, Professor Michael Polanin. I know I owe you a bunch of beers for not recognizing you a few minutes ago. So this conference is now starting to weigh heavily on my wallet. It's going to be a very expensive venture for me, so stop complaining about the dues. Just pay your $50 because it's going to be way more expensive in the bar for me tonight. When I woke up this morning with this voice, actually, my wife asked me to come home because this is the sexiest I've ever sounded in 20 years. So
So you're lucky I'm still here. Yeah, let me start very quickly. I have to say, coming into Rwanda, I'm sure you all noticed something very obvious. From the airport to here, did anybody see a single piece of paper on the floor? Kigali is the cleanest city I've ever been to in the world. And I'll get into my presentation. I know I've only got half an hour. I know, I'm not sure for the... But the last point is, there were lots of little kids walking to school yesterday morning on the road. And I'm a parent. And it was amazing. These little kids were this big, walking down the street with not a fear in the world. I could never let my kid walk to school today where I live. So full credit to Kigali, to Rwandans, for the sense of community. It's amazing. So thank you for that. All right, let me get into my presentation. As mentioned, I'm the manager of the African Center for Medico-Legal Systems. And this is my dig and my request. Am I operating this? Oh, good. Let's see. Where'd I point? Point. Thank God I'm ambidextrous. Okay, so this is a bit of a coincidence because Dr. Antonel Ockers mentioned Janine Vellemar in her presentation earlier today. And in 1994, I was given the opportunity to shadow Professor Vellemar in Johannesburg mortuary, which shocked the hell out of me because I'd never seen 250 dead people on the same day. But I have to say, she literally started my career. This is just that interaction with her, the few months that I got to just sit and watch her work as a forensic pathologist, which I'm not, but as a humanitarian, which I am, was absolutely mind-boggling for me. And it was so interesting, and her commitment, and I know she's retired, but still teaching and training. I have to throw, just a huge amount of gratitude out to Janine Vellemar, who I know trained a number of people in this room as well. But she really sort of defined my future, and I'm glad that I've come kind of full circle from South Africa. I was very fortunate to be able to come to Canada and work as a coroner, and now I'm back in Africa. And so I shout out to all of the other people who are diaspora, who left Africa and who can come back to Africa to come and give back to Africa what we've learned all over the world and share your expertise with the expertise that exists here in Africa. I'm going to talk a little bit about the dawn of sort of African forensic expertise. There's obviously a bias. I'm looking at it from a missing persons, human identification point of view. Forensics is a very broad area of study. So please just, if you appreciate just the focus that I'm looking at when I go through the slides. But what I can say is that the forensic expertise exists here. And we're using it more and more every day as we start to work towards building capacity in countries that don't always have the resources and the luxury. But it certainly does exist. It's a nice way to complement international and regional expertise. It's lovely to have African expertise because African expertise
brings the culture, the religion, the understanding of the local people, the feeling of the community. That's different to what we learn at school. That's not something you're going to learn out of a book. That's something you have to feel, that you have to appreciate when you're working in different countries. There's still a tremendous amount of room for African expertise in our training. We do a number of trainings in the Red Cross, a number of courses that we hold, and we're incorporating more and more Africans into our courses as experts, because that is a deserving position for them to be in. And then I still don't think that we actually deploy African expertise to the crises in Africa. We're still looking across the ocean to find people to do the work that we could do on our own, but we don't necessarily have the structure, like AFSA, to find the people at a moment's notice, to know who the experts are, to have somebody deploy when they need it. So, you know, the AU is African Solutions to African Problems. We can solve that today. AFSA is en route to doing that. There's a number of experts in here today that could be deployed anywhere in the world if we had the right structures and the support for them to do that. The African Forensic Team, I'm happy to say that in Africa, 5 of our team are now trained, have been trained or are African, which is good. It's not enough. We want more. But in RCRC, we have to be very careful. The more people we take for RCRC into mobile positions and ship elsewhere, the more resources we're taking out of Africa. So we have to balance that and make sure that we're not pulling everybody out and sending them away from Africa when we want expertise in Africa. We have 26 delegations where we have forensic programs and offering a number of different opportunities for about 40 African countries who have received some type of training or some guidance. We are very fortunate that the courses that we've been holding since 2016 are now of interest to the international community. We have people from Iraq, Yemen, Georgia, a number of countries who are now actually receiving their training in Africa. So I know sometimes we look to ourselves and think, you know, we don't have enough expertise here. That is simply not true. We just haven't created the platforms to really show what expertise we have. And it's in different languages too, which is sometimes a little bit unique across the world. I'm not going to go too much into the RCRC's training. It's there. But all to say is that I think the RCRC has also changed the way that they look at the type of work that we want to do in Africa. In the beginning, in 2015, when I came here, a lot of what we were doing was first responder based, management of the dead in a crisis, a disaster. And we quickly realized that while the training was useful, it didn't change the system. It actually just, it helped, it sensitized some people who might. And I think, honestly, we've probably trained a lot more people than have actually seen a disaster, but there were a few that might be able to respond and do the right thing, both humanitarianly and with some technical skills. But what we're starting to see is that the structure needs to change. And that's where we need to find the expertise in Africa to do that. Sorry. Now, what I did want to say at the bottom there, ICRC is not the only organization out there offering support. There are so many organizations, international organizations, doing amazing work. And I hope I can show just a few of the collaborations, the partnerships that we've had in the last few years to show you what can be done and how we're going to fill this void in Africa. So the African Center of Medical Legal Systems is very simply, it's a satellite hub. It's the first hub, and I'm proud that it's in Africa. So RCRC looked at putting a missing persons hub in one of the regions of the world. They chose Africa because we've developed so quickly in 7 years. There's a huge opportunity here for us to grow, and the attitude, the way it's been received in Africa, the way RCRC programs have been received, definitely opens it up for a satellite center. So we are advisory, we're not operational, we don't deploy to disasters, etc. We're looking more at working both at the practitioner and the practice levels, trying to understand where the major gaps are, more of the common issues in Africa, and where we can convene, collaborate, and try and find solutions with our African partners. One of the big wins, and I'll go through on one of the slides, is the network that we're developing, which I think was mentioned in some of the discussions just after the last section, the last segment. I've seen time and time again policies being policies being passed at various levels of government, but no one's actually asked the practitioner whether they can carry through with it, whether they actually have the resources, whether they have the expertise, whether there's the funds to implement all of the technicalities associated with policy. So for me, the center is a lot about trying to be a bit of a middle person, say, well, hold on. When you start talking about policies, can you bring the practitioner into the discussion? Because sometimes the policymakers don't understand what technically is required to adopt that policy to ensure that the affected populations get the service they deserve. We're very much humanitarian driven, as you know, with the International Committee of the Red Cross. But even within our own organization, we still have to understand that humanitarian responses still, there's still a criminal justice system, a medical legal system. There's no separate humanitarian parallel path. We're all in the same business. We're all in the same system. And so it's important for us to be advocating for a lot of humanitarian principles and practices, even within the criminal justice system. And if we can see some of these simple practices of humanity, of dignity, of respect in routine casework, you're more likely to see it when disaster hits you and you're under a huge amount of pressure. So internally, we need to understand what humanitarian means to an affected population and those who are providing the public service. And then again, for me, we need a lot more events like this, but to a lot more of the practitioners, a lot of the people who cannot afford to be here. We need to get the expertise out to them on the field. And how we do that, there's a lot of different sort of digital and media opportunities for that. Just want to highlight a couple of really good programs. Again, my bias because of my mandate, but there's a few people in this room from the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Service. Tracy, there's a few. I just want to say, here's a mortuary that is literally overwhelmed with cases, unidentified bodies. You may or may not have seen, but in South Africa, there was a media report last week of 900 unidentified bodies in just the one province, sitting there waiting to be recovered, picked up by their families, identified, right? 900 bodies. So when we went to Johannesburg Mortuary and asked them if they wanted to join in a program to do secondary examinations for identification purposes, you can appreciate the pathologists and the staff looking at me like, are you out of your mind? You want me now to actually do another examination on all these bodies? And they said yes. There was no money to be made. It's a dreadful job. They were already taxed, and yet there were a handful of people that stood up and took this job on in 2016, 2017. Today, that program exists, and it happens every week, every 2 weeks. People volunteer from the University of Witwatersrand, students in forensic sciences programs come across to the mortuary, and they ensure that every single body that they can work through gets a full identification, descriptive profile, DNA sampling, Lodox X-raying, everything that shows the little bit more of dignity and respect that we keep talking about in these types of events. So when people say to me they need more money to improve the identification rate, to do more for the unidentified, that is just not true. You need more committed people. Because if Johannesburg can do it with that number of people, every mortuary in the world could do better. So I just throw that out there. Another great example from Africa that is being shown across the world is the Tunisia shipwrecks. The Tunisian authorities, and credit Mehdi and his colleagues, they have shipwrecks regularly. Like many other places in the world, those people could have just been buried. But last year, Tunisian authorities, with some engagement with the ICRC and the Ivory Coast authorities, state to state, started looking from a medical legal perspective, how could we identify some of these shipwreck cases? And guess what? With a little bit of effort, shipwreck victims are being identified. What's the chances? This is not rocket science. This is about actually just working together, collaborating, doing the right thing. So when we talk about African expertise, that's it right there. They are experts in medico-legal death investigations, showing the rest of the world that we can identify shipwreck victims, that there are people willing to make the big leap to actually show some humanitarian commitment. Because of these types of programs, we started our training in South Africa. That was just the first place where we had a forensic specialist, and we knew that there was a lot of capacity to provide training to other parts of Africa. So we have the African School for Humanitarian Forensic Action, but that course was English, and it was English for a while. I mean, it still is English. We had people speaking French and Arabic coming, and then sitting in front of ICRC, the EAAF, who was our partner in many things, which thank God they are, and the universities, and they had to try and interpret all of our English and complicated forensic science and take something away from it. Today, you'll see in Tunisia, we have Arabic and French-speaking courses. So we are starting to recognize and build expertise in different languages to ensure that local expertise combined with there are European universities participating, but a lot of it is actual African expertise being presented in the courses. Again, the Human Identification course for WITS and Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Service, that started off very small. Now they hold it twice a year. It's a South African group of lecturers, and it went virtual for the first time last year, and hopefully we'll get a bigger international audience. So once again, African expertise being used across the globe. Networking. So just look at those numbers. I'm not a social media person, as you can probably tell. I started the African forensic community, I think, in 2019 at the last at the ASFM conference in Tanzania. That's where we launched it, thanks to ASFM. Since then, it's a closed group. We have 3,600 members, African forensic community members in our LinkedIn group. 3,600. Just in my personal LinkedIn account, which is only forensics, I don't have anything else to talk about, 9,500 people have started following me. Our email distribution list, 950 African people that receive an email from me once a while to let them know of an event. There are some international people, but actually very few. Most of that is African. Last year, we were asked to provide an African contingent to the National Forensic Sciences University in India, the International Center of Humanitarian Forensics. So we had Adam present. We were starting to get asked for our expertise to present internationally. We have multiple relationships now with universities across the world for different projects. We have amazing relationships with DNA for Africa, DNA Biotech, Thermo Fisher. We're starting to realize that we shouldn't be thinking we can do this alone, that we have to get this community going, that we have to start thinking more intelligently about the type of work that we're doing, the courses that we hold, what we want to do together. I'll go into DNA for Africa and UNODC and IOM later, but you'll see a lot of those representatives are here today, when they haven't always been here before. Last year in November, we started the first international organization consortium on medical legal capacity building. We had 22 individuals arrive from different organizations, and we started talking about how do we start partnering more effectively? How do we start collaborating? Why is ICRC holding courses on its own? Why is everybody else doing things that perhaps are even creating redundancies in what we're doing? We have a number of events this year where we'll invite even more organizations to come and participate. I don't want to go through all of it, but what we're realizing is that there are many programs, and I hear people say there's no money. That is not true. There is money, I just don't believe that we use it effectively. We all hold our own courses instead of collaborating, joining partnerships, trying to find other ways to save money so that we can put more funding into sending people to those courses. We waste a lot of money on admin and a lot of other things that could go to the direct to the user. We have to collaborate, we have to cooperate, we have to coordinate a lot better. What's interesting is that sometimes in our organizations, we're drawn to our own mandate and we stay in our little pigeonhole. So for me, it's humanitarian and it's missing person and unidentified. No, it's not. It's the medical legal system. It doesn't matter if somebody builds a laboratory for sexual violence cases, because that DNA laboratory can also work on human identification cases. So we have to start thinking outside of our boxes a little bit and working with all other organizations, even if our mandates don't align perfectly. And we're starting to see more cooperation that way. We have to harmonize the focus. Humanitarian, criminal justice, for us, ICC is very sensitive. We don't promote prosecution. We're certainly not against prosecution, but it's not our mandate. But that doesn't mean to say that the ICRC doesn't want to see a strong criminal justice system. We don't want to see victims reoffended. So it's important for us to ensure that the criminal justice system, the public services are in a position to also support humanitarian outcomes. So a couple of really good natural partnerships. Last year, I used the Nairobi. It was DNA Africa Symposium. It was not ICRC's. I contacted Vanessa when I saw the symposium and saw what they were doing. And it was Vanessa that it was a criminal-focused symposium. And automatically, Vanessa said, yeah, let's make it dual. Let's open it up. Let's make it a little bit more open to a broader audience. That was a huge opportunity for me to first meet Vanessa, work with DNA for Africa, find a partner there, then get connected to Thermo Fisher as well, and a number of other partners who are now engaging with us more regularly. So there's a number of these examples, the IOM and the ICRC. The IOM is sending people from Djibouti to Tunisia for the advanced management of the death training at IOM's cost, while the ICRC provides the training. The Thermo Fisher Scientific, who are here today and sponsoring an event, and they're sponsoring our panel tomorrow. Please make sure you're coming. I've got a little banner at the end. Thermo Fisher offers 4 trainings a year in DNA, from extraction to analyze, to interpretation. Why are we not using their training? Why would we create more training? So we have to, there's lots of opportunities to use these existing events. I'm really excited that Adam's here, and I will be in Zambia next week. Zambia's improving is promoting their training on forensic pathology. Uganda is looking with the National Sciences University in India to have a campus here in Africa. Rwanda Forensic Laboratory is a state-of-the-art laboratory. Huge opportunities for learning and for training, to hold courses. So there's so much here in Africa that is developing very quickly. The 2 things that I think our consortium will deliver. One is we have to start consolidating information about what is being offered in Africa. There's a huge amount of training that is offered. There's a lot of courses. There's a lot of funding for different initiatives. But actually, none of us actually know all of it. We know little bits and pieces, and we seem to meet each other and find and learn something else. If we start consolidating that, I think it'll show a very impressive report on an annual basis about how much is being done and where the money for donors is being spent. I think this is going to be really important. The other important part is we do have donors. There is money out there, but sometimes the donors don't know where to invest it. So I think it's really important, and it's not ICRC's consortium, it's a multi-agency consortium. It'd be better for the donor to come and discuss what it is they're trying to achieve so that we can put the money in the best place. It doesn't have to be with ICRC. It can be with a partnership, another couple of other organizations. Very quickly, we have the African Union and we have the regional economic communities. They are starting to recognize more and more the importance of forensics, medical legal capacity building, in a number of initiatives. So we have, just yesterday actually, we got an email about training in SADC. This goes into military, into conflict type related cases, because a lot of us are thinking public service in the civilian world. But how many people go missing every year from conflict? Combatants who are killed in combat, who have no previous identification information taken, There are many, many people, and I've seen it, and I know Louise and many other people, Michael, there are many people scattered across our surface of Africa that haven't even been recovered yet, never mind examined. So there's lots of opportunities for us to grow. You already heard about the African Forensic Sciences Academy, and for me, this is the next step. We need it. Thank you. Perfect. I don't want to go through it because it was captured perfectly, but I have to support it. It's a huge opportunity for us to consolidate everything that we know about Africa and all the expertise that exists, the networking, the opportunities to grow, and most importantly, to create a conduit for the international community to understand who we are and what we have, and hopefully they start to come here for expertise. Very quickly, I want to give credit. In the last 2 years, we've had 3 Africans get grants from the American Academy of Forensic Sciences for their technology and research projects. That's credit. Those are African people winning grants. We can get more of those grants if we make the effort. I can talk off the lunch break about the videos and the training tools that we're doing. We're creating notebooks for people in military who won't have the luxury of looking up on the internet how to treat a body with dignity. So we want to get out into the conflict area. We have management of the dead videos that were made here in Africa. They've been translated into 14 languages and used in 34 countries. We are building forensic isotope research. We have a project this year to start the creating an isotope map of Africa so that we can help find families of the unidentifieds that are lying in mortuaries across Africa. We have a lady who's going to do a presentation to Maseng on scarification, something that is local to Africa, something that's unique, that we haven't even explored in terms of trying to find origins and communities. This year, we're moving more deliberately into conflict, the massive amounts of missing from conflict. This is what we need to focus on as we keep building capacity. The third DNA symposium is June this year. I'm promoting it because I think it's going to be relevant to every country in Africa. We are partnering with UNODC and DNA for Africa. Very quickly, my legal advisor who joined the center, finishing up, is bringing the legal expertise that we need in Africa. So the goal for the next year is to start looking at legislation across Africa, to consolidate it, and to make it available to other Africans so that we can start looking at where the gaps and challenges are in the regulations and the legislation. I'll show you our missing website. Please do join, do sign up, look at all the opportunities that you can collaborate on. I thank you very much, not just for this presentation, but to work in Africa. I love it. And that's for tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Cheers.
Institute of Forensic Medicine in Hamburg, Germany. He has been many times as a trainer for forensic medicine in Rwanda. He is fascinated by this lovely country and its friendly people. Professor Pusker, you have the stage.
I'm waiting for my first. No. Okay, what about my lecture? Waiting for the first picture. Something wrong? Okay, thank you so much. Dear participants and organizers, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be back in Rwanda again. I look back to nearly 2 decades of very intensive and positive cooperation with this very beautiful, nice, charming country. And I think our project from Germany and from Hamburg and Hanover is one of the examples for direct cooperation between European universities and African countries. My Institute of Legal Medicine at the University Medical Center in Hamburg-Eppendorf has a long tradition of collaborating with various institutions from Rwanda. This cooperation has existed since 2005, initially limited to analysis of DNA samples in suspected rape cases for the National Public Prosecution in Rwanda. Since 2012, this partnership has grown over the years to include teaching and academic support, scientific and staff exchange, what is, I think, very important, and summer schools with support from the German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD. Various aspects such as domestic violence, legal and medical aspects, and capacity building in various areas of legal medicine, as well as internal and international security and peace questions have been discussed so far. Now I come to Murambi. This is a nice town in south of Rwanda. It's a place of horror and a place of hope. Very many Tutsi fled to Murambi when they were told by local Hutu government officials that they needed to go there for protection or face death. Most of them made it to the school. Remember, that was a school. But others were massacred already on the road. Once the Tutsi refugees were inside the school in Murambi, the campaign of terror commenced over the course of 2 weeks. On the 16th of April 1994, the killings began, the systematic killings, and it lasted only until April 21st, that the number of lives lost was vast. It is estimated that 43,000 people, including men, women, and many, many children, were massacred as Murambi, but similar to the genocide as a whole, its entirely true number is not really known. The bodies of the victims were left where they lay for a period of 3 days. Some of the bodies were also left in the classrooms, and many were scattered around the hills outside. On the 2nd of April, the existing Hutu government gave instructions to make the victims disappear with the help of bulldozers to cover up the crime. The bodies were then buried in mass graves at various locations around this site. Murambi was later opened as one of the National Genocide Memorials. This was in 1995, And this is the only memorial site where there are intact dead bodies on display. This is very, very unusual all over the world. It is therefore a unique genocide location, and if it is decided to bury the remains, at least some will be preserved. There are now about 800 dead bodies outside the graves, the mass graves, and it will be decided how many of them will really be buried within the near future. Murambi serves as a lasting memorial with the intention to show the rest of the world the significance of this site and to make clear what happened at Murambi at that time. In Murambi, a complex conservation program was achieved with support from our group from northern Germany. In this respect, conservation experts from the Lower Saxony State Service of Cultural Heritage in Hanover have been involved since 2060-2070 and lend support with regard to cleaning and long-term conservation and presentation of human remains in Murambi. Their tremendous work and efforts in close cooperation with technicians from Rwanda are the real basis for the further conservation and preservation of the scene in Murambi, as demonstrated in a few minutes in the following presentation. Before I give you this demonstration of our activities in Murambi, and the underlying scientific investigations, let me emphasize that the listening and especially the listeners and the spectators, not only here but also by video, should be aware of dead bodies, remains in a status of advanced decomposition. If you don't want to look, you can just close your eyes. Because of this strange pictures, I give a very fast presentation of these pictures so that you get impression. I don't come to the details. We had a special program of cleaning the dead bodies at the site in Murambi and to reach a documentation of these cases together with the technicians here from the city. We also documented a lot of injuries by sharp force and blunt force, by machetes and also by clubs, wooden and iron clubs. We also investigated and now demonstrate dead children and the injuries. Our findings, and especially the exposition, was presented to the public at the 25th Kwiboka, and you can imagine that this was a very intensive moment for us. From the viewpoint of very bad developments concerning genocide and war crimes in Germany, in German history, let me emphasize that ethnic-based violence should be eradicated all over the world. The memorial in Murambi is a symbol for days of darkness and the hope of people for a peaceful society and a better future. I wish everybody an impressive Congress here and in the stimulating atmosphere of this wonderful area of Rwanda, in the heart of Africa, at the roots of modern humans and the cradle of mankind. Thank you.
The next speaker, that is Sego.
Have resulted in a large-scale establishment of colonial tissue bank here in Kigali, Rwanda. Study of pathogenesis of sexual diseases, including Lassa fever in Irua, Nigeria.
And the identification of unknown diseased persons in Mexico, which you will now discuss. You're welcome.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Just one quick way, I need my laptop, because I will privately something. The technical people here really helped me a lot. Thank you so much, Murakosa. So it's not on. This one, okay. So this one is not working. So you see everything? Not yet? Huh? But you can't see it yet? Oh no. Okay. Wait, just one sample. So now you see everything. Perfect. So really well. My name is Antonia Fitzek. I'm a specialist in forensic medicine from Germany, and I'm really happy to be here. So thank you so much, President of the ASFM. Thank you to the chair. Thank you to Dr. Karawange, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, please lean back. I'm now taking you to a long journey to Mexico, so a little bit far away to our project, which calls Holistic Approach Towards a Safer Society. So as you may know, Mexico is facing a very severe problem of unidentified deceased and missing individuals. So the struggling numbers, like 100 homicides per day, like thousands of disappeared people and unidentified deceased, cause like a huge trouble also in the security and the safety of the country. So and it causes not only trouble also for the relatives, but also like in the whole system of the country. And like with this presentation, and I want you to show how we approached this issue with our collaboration partners from Mexico towards like a safer society in Mexico. So we were funded by the German Academic Exchange Service, so the DAAD and the GIZ, and we have no conflict of interest or something. So because not everyone knows me or knows us from Germany, so where are we from? So at the moment it's snowing in Germany, so I'm super happy to be in this beautiful city. And we are located in the very north of Germany. So there is Hamburg, and this is our University Medical Center. It's one of the biggest employers in whole Hamburg, and like with the loads of beds. Our Institute of Legal Medicine is part of the University Medical Center, and we have like, Hamburg is one of the biggest institutes in whole Germany. So, and additionally, we are also the public morgue. So we see a lot of fresh or also decomposite deceased persons on which we do external examinations or then further on the further examination. So we have a lot of autopsies, also followed by external examination. We do computer tomography on corpses, especially after trauma, but also children. We do have a big clinical forensic medicine. So we see a lot of victims of violence. We go to court also as well. We do have, I don't know if you're aware of it, the tissue donation in Hamburg belongs to the Institute of Legal Medicine. So we perform corneal explantations, which will be then used for transplantation in our ophthalmology department. We have our forensic toxicology, genetics, of course. We do age diagnosis, and of course, the forensic anthropology. As I am here, we have some projects abroad. So we had some in New Zealand. We have this, as my former director already told about, our project with the Rwandans, so youth, since already a long time. So it started in 2005, as you said, with the DNA samples. Then it continued with the forensic academic exchange from 2012 on, where we always held summer schools together with police students, doctors from the RFL, and any other medical students or doctors who were interested in medical sciences. And then, since then, also a new project started, the corneal tissue banking, where we are now about to establish a corneal tissue bank here in Rwanda. Another collaboration is in Nigeria, in Irua, it's close to Benin. And there we perform, of course, you have the usual autopsies, but you can also perform, as a forensic pathologist or a pathologist, the minimally invasive autopsy. So it's done with an ultrasound-guided biopsies, and we perform that on Lassa fever patients to know more about the pathogenesis. So now it's on you, so really, really please be part of this. So please enter with your phone. You can skip this QR code, or you can go with your phone on the www.menti.com and enter the code. And then you will see, because please do everyone, because they helped me so much to make it possible. So, and then please, you will find two questions. So how many people are officially reported as disappeared in Mexico, and how many unidentified deceased exist in Mexico? So you can, there will expand like enter a word twice, you can there enter numbers, please, and then just send it, and you will see then wait 1 second. It's working. I've already seen it. You're very good. I just need to. So you see it. Very good. So a little bit more. So what you guess? So we will have the result right after. Code. So we are around 200, 300, too much, many, 1,000,000, 30,000, 100,000. Yeah, very good. So we will check the next one of the unidentified deceased. Yeah. Interesting. You can go on further if you want to. But yes, so I will show you the result. So you saw you had a huge range from like some hundreds to thousands. So what is it? So it's like, at the moment, it's like around 110,000 officially disappeared persons which are known. So they're huge dark numbers. So you can imagine, as you saw your numbers before, around 200, this is immense. So it's a huge, severe burden for the country. And around like more than 37,000 unidentified deceased persons. So which is known that someone dies and no one knows who is it, and the family can't really care for the person and can't do farewells or can't really remember to the person anymore. So I didn't find any numbers of runners, so I put the numbers of Germany inside. So there we have like around 9,000 officially disappeared, and just in Hamburg, we just had from 40 in total, 38 were identified and just 2. So the huge difference is immense. So you can imagine that there's a huge burden on it. So then how did we start then our project? So our team consists of Germans and Mexicans, of course. The UKE are us in Hamburg. Then the Forensic Institute is the biggest one in Mexico City. The Forensic Institute of Coahuila de Zaragoza, and then we had some external partners like Oaxaca. Dermalog is like a part from like a company in Germany for identification, and the UNAM. So we had 2 big parts. So the first was the strengthening the institutes in forensic medicine in Mexico. So therefore we did like academic exchanges. We were in Mexico, they were in Hamburg, and we also performed a workshop which calls the Human Right to Identity last April at INCIFO, and that was already a big thing because it was just right after COVID. So there are some pictures when the Mexicans were in Hamburg and we were in Mexico. So then the big one, the identification part. So as you may know, is that like fingerprint solution systems, but also AM and PM databases for comparison are a must in identification processes and a huge thing. So therefore, our identification program based on that. So at first, with our collaboration partners, we exchanged variables which are very important for identification, which you may know. And then we defined the variables, we established an AM/PM database, and then also software for digital fingerprint scanner. So that's on the left side, our digital fingerprint scanner, and our self-developed digital fingerprint scanner software was then developed in cooperation with Dermalog and is designed to be simple and intuitive for everyone. So on both sides, AM, so antemortem and postmortem. And you can either scan 1 finger or up to all the 10 fingers. So they're already like the images are already formatted for like the institutions on site in Mexico, that they already like, that it has the same format, and they can merge the AM existing fingerprints to the PM existing fingerprints. So why? Because like the institutions have around 90 billion fingerprints known from the antemortem side in Mexico. So this is how you do it. You can check them also on the software. And then why it's like the digitalization, because they just do it the whole time by paper. So as you can see, for example, the left thumb in the middle is our fingerprint scanner, and on the right is the paperwork. I'm almost done. So the second one is the AM and PM database, which should make it simple for both the relatives and the experts to put all the information inside. And for the relatives, they can just upload it on a web-based cloud to put everything inside, and the experts can look at it and compare it with their PM matches. So our project plan, like we've done this everything. We have now a further project going on with the United Nations. And yes, actually that's it. And we want now to enroll it in whole Africa. So yes, murakoze cyane.
Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. Wish we had more time to look at all the facets, but it was very interesting. And so please don't go away, because there will still be a Q&A time for all the presenters. Let's give another round of applause for the beautiful presentation. The next will be Dr. Ngongan, my good friend Olivier, who is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Medicine and Biomedical Science, Yaoundé University. He's a forensic scientist and is a medical legal expert at the National Appeal Court and International Criminal Court. He's also the ASFM Assistant General Secretary and is the General Secretary of Cameroonian Society of Forensic Medicine. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Olivier to this presentation. Olivier, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Gongan from Cameroon, and I will present my communication in French. Merci bien au comité d'organisation de...
To the organizers of ASFM, which is taking place in Kigali this year. We are very much impressed by this work. We had not an easy task to present to you this afternoon what we're doing in Cameroon. From what we've done since on 11th May 2022 in Yaoundé, capital city. In the introduction, in expression, identification of when you're talking about catastrophe, we're talking about a case of like natural event where people die, so it becomes difficult to bury people. So for that to happen, we need to have a multidisciplinary team to have a complete identification of the victim. The Cameroon has identified since a few years a number of catastrophes. For example, there's a crash in Kenya Airways in 5th May 2007. You have also the train accident in October 21st, 2016. There are many victims and the Bibe crash. In 2022, we had to get involved in identification of the victims of multiple death victims. It was under the umbrella of the Ministry of Transport, and then 4 forensic medical doctors were called upon. So we had to look at we had to work on what's the issue with identification of these victims. For example, we had to react to these objectives, describe what happened, identify the challenges, and come up with recommendations. We conducted a study, descriptive and qualitative, from June 2022. This study had the site of the event and the central hospital, or the central hospital. So we had to go through all the passengers, and then there are 11 victims in there. Here we have the autopsy room where the identification process took place. The phases respected were the ones that are following Interpol with the 4 phases from the beginning, comparing the antemortem and postmortem data. Now, this began at the place of the event, the site of the event, with the victims, the remains of the victims. We continued with the postmortem collecting at the central hospital. Because of that, the victims were carried to the hospital. So we had alpha numerical, or we had a system of numbers and letters. For example, A, and then we have A1, for example, and then O, for example, would be for the bone. So we would use the first letters to identify the different parts. Now, we put this in plastic bags. For the data, the postmortem data, these took place with the victims, with the families, and we had to take the remains of the victims and after then to compare with postmortem data that was done by a Spanish team, because we did not have logistic means for this type of confrontation or comparison. So this comparison or confrontation, this was done by a Spanish team, and this we took into account the genetic material. We did amylogenic marker and then PCR vision, and the extraction of the material. We use filler. The filler system. For the outcomes or the results, we went from the age was 42.6 something. You can see the summary is we were able to identify 8 victims. For the most postmortem data, the tissues were extracted in most of the cases, and there was sign of visual recognition, which are distinct. For example, on this first figure, we can see, for example, we could see the tattoo in the third one at the shoulder of the victim. We could also have a ring, wedding ring, on second picture. Yes, so we were able to have a compatibility of parent relationship identification to 99%. And the others, we have that visual elements that would be able to help us to identify the victims. So we had a number of comments on the different challenges. Our objective was to present this problem, and then we had the limits, shortcomings, for example, with the first step of collecting of the remains. The problem was that the College of Forensic Medical Doctors did not go to the site as it was recommended. So it's the police who were able to go at the site before us, and for us, we had to continue with the parameters that were available to us. Now, with regard to the conservation, the victims that were received in a critical situation, for example, they used formal, but even then, it was to all the victims. And the time was very long to put up some of the elements. For the age and sex and origin, they were belonging to a gas company or petrol company. And then for the extraction, so this was the beginning of the process of the identification. And this has to be restructured to not affect negatively the subsequent steps. So that it was important to have a multidisciplinary team to be able to proceed with identification. You have example. You can see the process of decomposition between the 5th and the 13th May. The other problem was the delay in collecting antemortem data, which was, for example, different from what took place for the case of tsunami, where they had information 24 hours after the tsunami. So this is a very important process because it helps the families. We need to have, again, a multidisciplinary team, and that means we need to have an institute of medical legal institute.
Discussion. I think we're going to come back to it during Q&A for those that may need to clarify a few things. It's my honor to introduce a personal friend. This is someone I've known for years, and it was the first time that we had in the family of ASFM a forensic artist. I was so excited when I got to know her all the way from South Africa. Dr. Catherine Smith is a forensic facial imaging specialist and chair of the Department of Visual Arts at Stellenbosch University near Cape Town, South Africa. Through this lab, a unique research space focusing on forensic facial imaging and transdisciplinary research in art science interactions, she advocates for pro-academic collaboration and engaging multimodal methods that integrate visual art and design with biomedical and social sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Catherine Smith to the podium for her presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely short, and no one can see me behind these podiums usually, so I'll do my best. Thank you so much for the wonderful welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm going to try and keep my mouth at the microphone. I'm very honored today to represent a group of my colleagues. You'll see their faces in a minute. We are the Western Cape Cold Case Consortium, and I'm here to report today on a pilot study which we have been undertaking over the past year. So, to borrow a phrase from my colleague Willie, who will be presenting later, what we hope to do with the Western Cape Cold Case Consortium is to solve the problems of the dead to improve the lives of the living. We are an interinstitutional research initiative founded in 2021 by a group of expert research practitioners from Stellenbosch University, me, and the University of Cape Town. And we represent different fields of expertise, but we're committed to the application of scientific and visual analysis in the case of the unidentified deceased to assist with their identification. The common goal of the W4C is to improve identification of the deceased in the province of the Western Cape through pracademic knowledge exchange. This might be a new concept to some of you, but I'm very happy to speak about it in more detail. We advocate for operational collaborations to identify challenges hindering post-mortem forensic identification from the ground up. In the South African context, I'm looking at, this is a map of South Africa. Our expertise in forensic anthropology is concentrated in two provinces, Gauteng and the Western Cape, both in circles. So it makes sense in some respects that a lot of these initiatives, the VITS Identification Unit being one that Stephen mentioned earlier, are coming from these spaces where students also have access to study forensic anthropology, forensic pathology, etc. In the Western Cape and in Cape Town specifically, the Salt River Mortuary is the site of our study. They receive 3,500 to 4,000 cases of unnatural death. They're admitted annually to that one medico-legal facility. It's the highest caseload in the province. And of these, about 9% remain unidentified every year. A study that I undertook with 1,010 cases of unidentified and unknown cases analyzed over an 8.5-year period, 714 were admitted in a suitable condition for some sort of visual identification, post-mortem depiction, or photo enhancement if they were unidentified within the given period. But this was actually only possible for 30% of these cases due to the poor quality of forensic photography, the way that these victims were badly photographed on admission. So we realized that the standardization of post-mortem facial photography and upskilling in fingerprinting were the two most urgent primary interventions to avoid this error at admission and to enable future facial identification or comparison down the line. This is the team. We had 2 phases and 4 objectives. I won't go into them in great detail, but officially establishing the consortium and all of the paperwork and ethics and material transfer agreements, etc., involved, that was a lot of the work of the first year of the study. But to identify gaps in improving communication between stakeholders, methods and reporting was absolutely critical. And then create the relevant documents, policies, and knowledge sharing opportunities to address these gaps. Then to pilot the generation of facial images and contexts using multifactorial analyses for 5 cases. So we're piloting this with 5 cases from the Salt River Mortuary, and we're using forensic pathology analysis, biological anthropology, forensic genetics, stable isotopes, and then imaging is the way in which all of these different scientific modalities are communicable to the public. We want to communicate all of this information through an image with a contextual narrative attached to it in the hope that this will lead to information about who these individuals might be. Establishing the plans and the protocols for how we do this, because we're doing this as research with forensic cases, that alone has created quite significant difficulties in terms of what the legislation allows for and how we publish this information and disseminate this information, and how we collaborate with the different services, so forensic pathology services and the South African Police Service, in using this information that we have provided. This is my lab that's in Stellenbosch University. I call it VisLab. Pearl, my student, will be presenting later. We offer an entirely digital and virtual workflow for forensic facial imaging with a phantom touch system, so it's virtual sculpture. This is ethically ideal in the sense that there's no need to engage with the actual physical remains. If a decent scan or medical imaging is supplied, we can create the model of the skull and then produce the facial reconstruction. But we also engage in a range of other visualization, training, knowledge skills, and supporting postgraduate students who are interested in this area. We believe very much in showing versus telling, that visual data may be a critical tool in resolving unidentified decedent cases, particularly in multilingual and low literacy contexts, and that images act as a way into the bigger story. They're very powerful and they can do lots of different kinds of work. So collaborative knowledge sharing resulted in some stark realizations and ground-up interventions. The problem of post-mortem identification, we learned, is not exclusive to non-natural deaths. So there's a lot of unidentified people that don't enter the forensic pathology services, that are part of the city undertaking facility, and they have no support to identify these individuals. Because of what we identified as the most important interventions, we offered knowledge-sharing opportunities in post-mortem photography and fingerprinting. Willie and Rudolph will speak to this. They were involved later. In 3 days, we reached about 30 local undertakers and approximately 70 forensic pathology officers and facilities managers across the province, with the assistance of the ICRC and forensic tools. We also, this pracademic ethos that we follow, Vicky and I hosted the Forensic Anthropology Interest Group workshop as part of the Anatomical Society of Southern Africa conference. And we staged these online, it was an online conference with breakout groups involving people of different areas of forensic expertise and experience. So we had everyone from police officers to students to academic professors, people who work with NGOs, and we surveyed them before the session and then identified these 3 key questions. So what is your day-to-day collaboration and cooperation experience? Everyone recognizes the need for a centralized database to compare the missing with the unidentified, but how do we do this practically? And then how do we harness new technologies and methods in low-resourced contexts, and what are the appropriate technologies to do this with? Some of our study outcomes included the scientific analyses of the 5 cases which are completed. Facial reconstructions are in process. We have assisted with the city's undertaking service provider. We've assisted them with an access to a doctor to sign off on medical certificates because they didn't have that, as well as information and training on visual documentation methods and processes for undocumented decedents. And we're also proposing revisions to the forms that the South African Police Service use to capture information on missing persons, and we hope to roll that out with the accompanying form that captures information for unidentified deceased persons. There are a number of challenges associated with this pilot study, and I'm very happy to speak to them in more detail over coffee or over lunch, but it has to do with time, bureaucracy, difficulties in coming to agreements on certain things, the dissemination of experimental data that's not currently recognized in a court of law. What do you do with novel research data? And how we agree on appropriate dissemination and mode of delivery for final facial reconstructions to the public and within SAPS itself. Number of conclusions and recommendations, which I've summarized on the slide here, but I won't go into great detail. Importantly, we can't assume that the people who are tasked with certain work in this field actually cover their mandates. So people that are involved in a collaborative relationship need to protect themselves as well if a partner isn't bringing their side. And communication, improving of communications really does seem to be one of the most important things, but that we should assist in collaboration with training opportunities and knowledge sharing where we can. Establishing and implementing a DNA protocol with an FPS for pre-maceration DNA extraction was also a pretty fundamental thing that we realized. And finally, just to make a final point with my 5 seconds, forensic care requires attending to systems as well as bodies, and that a humanitarian forensic framework really resonated with the forensic officers we introduced this to, who believe it offers a promising lens for legislative reform. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much for listening.
To call on the next presenter, Tracy Rendrop. Tracy Rendrop is a forensic postmortem photographer and imaging technician at the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Services and the University of Wits, Johannesburg, South Africa. You have the stage. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, is that okay for everyone? Okay, cool. I just wanted to put this slide in the beginning quickly, as there were, there were a lot more photos in this presentation, but I have, for time reasons, taken them out. So if you would like to see them afterwards, then yeah, but that first point doesn't really apply. Just don't take photos of any of the photos in the presentation. Just also to note that this was based on a research report that I did for my, as a requirement for my honours of Bachelor of Sciences in honours in Forensic Sciences, so it's associated with that. And it contains images of potentially identifiable features, but most of the images are of unidentified individuals that have not been identified. So if there are tattoos, yeah, we try to keep it anonymous with taking all the DR numbers out. And then tattoo images in here are only from those unidentified decedents or myself that I've used it as an example, just for comparison purposes. And yeah, full ethics was obtained for this research. Okay, so it's basically, yeah, the prevalence of tattoos in unidentified decedents at our facility in Johannesburg, which is called the Human Decedent Identification Unit that Stephen briefly touched on. So just a little bit of background, as we have said, population for South Africa is approximately 60.14 million. There are 9 provinces. The province that I am working in is Gauteng, which is the smallest province, but it has the largest share of the South African population. So we have a very dense population, and a lot of these bodies do come in unidentified from the city centers. So there's just a, yeah, you see right at the bottom there, it's quite a significant amount. Just to introduce the project, the role of the South African Police Services and the Forensic Pathology Services in identification is a joint mandate between, for identification between these two entities. The South African Police Service, they need to identify decedents, and the Forensic Pathology Services are the custodian of all decedents, so we have to work together. We established a few processes in the ID unit. So SAPS has a role in this as well, and this was all developed in 2016, as Stephen said previously. It was developed in conjunction with the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Services, the ICRC, and then the South African Police Service. We collect all PM data from deceased individuals, which is called secondary processing. It's not always the best job ever, but someone has to do it, and we willingly do. And we store the information for comparison much later with ante-mortem data. We record information by means of written notes and photographs, and this is where we got the data from for the tattoo study. Copies of these are also provided to the police services. So tattooing has been evident since the early stages of history. As we know, you get amateur, professional, accidental, and then also cosmetic or medical tattoos. Historically, we can develop insights of behavioral, social, or psychological traits of an individual, and tattoos can be effective in the use of human identification. In DVI, archaeology even, unknown decedent identification, and they can be easily documented during autopsy, which is an important factor. The benefits of tattoos is that it can, as I say, indicate a variety of activities, social information, and the general age of a person. The tattoo pigment remains visible even after the epidermis comes off of the surface of the skin, and this is called skin slippage, which allows us to visualize tattoos much, much easier. Okay, that's supposed to say disadvantages, sorry. The disadvantages include that we always need ante-mortem data to compare it to. So if we do not have this, then that is an issue, but that is why we store the information in order to achieve this at a later stage. They're also considered to only be secondary identifiers, which means they cannot be solely relied on to identify an individual. So they need to complement other information such as DNA, fingerprints, and dentition. As we know, sometimes other modes of identification have certain limitations. One of these is that identification databases are not available in all countries readily, and sometimes it can be difficult to access them through the right channels. In a review of Australian unidentified remains from 1960 to 2020, DNA profiles only consisted of only 29%. Fingerprints successfully collected was only 27%. And dental data available was less than 49%. And then in 2004, in the tsunami in Thailand, tattoos were relied on as one of the most useful identifiers in terms of identifying the decomposed bodies. Justification for the study that we did is that many tattoos have been seen during secondary processing in our ID unit. So we thought, okay, we need to look into this a bit more to see what the patterns and the categories are. We also have a high influx of foreign nationals, some of which are undocumented, that comes to South Africa from surrounding African regions. So and a lot of the time, fingerprints are lacking in those situations. So with documenting the right type of thing, we can, the tattoos and locations, we can assist with the location of tattoos in future cases, especially with burnt and decomposed remains. A tattoo database would also assist in identifying unknown decedents and then lighten the burden on our forensic pathology services. As you heard, they published a story recently saying that there are 900 bodies in Gauteng alone that have been unclaimed and unidentified at this point in time. So the main aim was to just describe and assess the prevalence of tattoos in unidentified decedents in the unit, and it was retrospective in the case file review. We did access the photographs as well. The total amount of unidentified bodies that we processed was 634, and then 126 of these, which is 20%, had tattoos. So demographics was clear with the general population of our mortuary, which was majority black and a majority of males, black males. 45% only had one tattoo, 53% had multiple tattoos, and most of the locations were visible areas such as the forearms, which could be seen in everyday life and recognized by family members. Limiting factors was a subjective issue because we don't know how to separate tattoos. A lot of the time, you get single tattoos, but then you don't know how to divide them into single tattoos or how many there are. So quantifying was an issue, and then darker skin tones and decomposition was an issue. Here's just an example of the issues we have with darker skin tones. There is a tattoo there, but we cannot see what it is and describe it. This is just, a little bit more on increased visibility areas, which is the forearms. So we would like to focus on those tattoos as people would see them in everyday life. This is an example of the issue of quantification of tattoos. We can't really see in these examples how many tattoos this individual has. One person might say it's 10, another person might say a different number. So it was a very subjective point of view. Most of the tattoos were black ink and amateur in nature. This comes down to, I think, tattoo cost and the incidence of a high number of prison or gang-related tattoos that we could identify. Here's just an example of color versus black and white, amateur versus detailed, which we had no detailed, basically no detailed tattoos in the sample. And the categories that were most prominent were letters, popular symbols, and gang-related or prison insignia tattoos. And that's just an example of the different tattoo categories. This is the category of unrecognizable because we know that there are tattoos there, but we could not identify them or classify them. Most of the tattoos were seen in the fresh stage of decomposition. So this means that with all the advanced stages of decomposition that we were encountering, we weren't seeing tattoos that could have potentially been there. So in conclusion, I think the demographics were in keeping with our general population. It's a subjective process, like I mentioned, and if we can find patterns in categories of tattoos, we can do more research on it. And there's various limiting factors also highlighted. Last of all, the prevalence of tattoos in African countries could assist us if we knew that in terms of tattoo origin and antemortem matching. And we could look more into gang-related tattoos and their significance, and the benefits of recording tattoos could be increased, and imaging technologies such as infrared, which is something we recently tried, and this is the effect that it has on tattoos. So it does increase the probability of identifying them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thanks a lot. Now, you agree with me that today has been very engaging And we can't thank you enough for your patience. And we'll try to make things as brief as possible because we still have one session. So we'll have nothing more than 5 minutes for any quick questions, and you have to direct it to the presenter. So the colleagues assisting us, please, could you? Yes, I've seen one hand there. Yes. Okay. Okay. So quick, you can answer that quickly now. Any experience in scarification mark?
We do see scarification, but we have no idea what. Haven't done any research on what they mean, so we do not note them. So all we do is we note whether the scars look accidental or intentional. At this point, we have not done much research on scarification.
Okay, another one, quick one, and please specify whom you want to direct it to. Yes, the gentleman there. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, I'm Willie Fischer from South Africa. The lady from that did the study in Mexico, I just want to hear, Germany, do they have a centralized database for biometrics or not? Are you using that same system in Germany to identify Dutch remains as well? That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, no, like we use also Dermalog devices. So Dermalog is actually the company situated in Hamburg, which makes everything easier. But no, in Germany, we use also like a direct digital fingerprint scanner, which is directly connected with a computer, which computer is directly connected to BKA, which has like a huge AM fingerprint database, but only of the people who got already questionable or caught by something, and then like if we have an unidentified deceased at our institute, like the police is coming, is performing the comparison and checks if they get directly within 2 minutes a result. If we don't have the fingerprints result, we go also to DNA, dental, etc., etc.
Thank you. Any other questions? And please specify, yes, whom do you want to add?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm called Dr. Midia from Kenya.
Okay.
I'm not sure where I should be asking this, but probably it's...
is it
Catherine? Fonseca, probably.
Fonseca, okay. Yeah. Fonseca, please.
No, just a very small, simple question. You talked about, I'm concerned about the identification of, unclaimed bodies on that huge number that they did, and this is actually a challenge in most of our countries because we've even ended up, being sued, for example, for the bereaved persons coming up after unclaimed bodies are buried, including at times we've had professors buried. So I think I need to be persuaded quite a bit how he got to have the mortuary workers, the pathologists, to come in and handle that huge number of bodies, because this is a very, very important process. We're going to keep on having such cases in future. Thank you.
Did you get the question? Okay, good. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's no short answer, right? I think the problem is there's no systematic approach in Africa, both at the national and at the regional level. One of the efforts that the ICRC and many other organizations are working on is to bring families back into the process, to ensure that families can access avenues to participate in the identification of remains. Particularly in Africa when we're dealing with migration and families are often detached from a loved one. So a lot of the push is not only on the forensic or the post-mortem side, but very much trying to engage with the authorities, the law enforcement authorities in particular, to deal with families. And then civil societies and national societies and other groups to work with state authorities to be an intermediary between families and the authorities. The other post-mortem side is is a process that we will have on the video that we're going to be making in April. We'll be shooting a training video to show how the Johannesburg mortuary actually works on these sessions every week. So there will be a video for that. Thank you.
And I hope you, because you raised a very important question, we face the same situation, medical legal issues, where you can see when you have a buy-in from the families, from the authorities, civil society, when there is no complaint, there is no case. So I think it's the collaboration that has really helped ICRC to governize that kind of work in South Africa. But that was a very good one, thanks. Just have few seconds for a very sharp one for any of the... Okay, let me ask, Catherine, you know, we've been friends forever. Where is forensic art now in Africa? Because now I can see that you're almost heading a department. So where are we in Africa?
On. Oh, here we go. That's a very good question, and I'd love to know from this room what people understand by the potential contribution of the visual. So it's important to understand also that forensic art is often considered with suspicion by scientists, and that I think is a wrong perception. It's important to note that in the OSAC, facial identification is separate from forensic facial imaging. And it's difficult because we don't have a seat at the table to speak about the work that we can do with post-mortem facial depiction and reconstruction. The facial identification is about analysis and comparison. So it's something that we really want to develop. We now at least have an academic center where people who are interested in this can come and learn more. And I also just want to say, a bit of a punt for Stellenbosch University, we have a special center for Africa collaboration where there is funding to support mobility and exchange. So if anyone wants to learn more about that, please come and speak to me.
Super. You see, if you don't ask, you won't get an answer. Thank you so much. So we're going to pause now before the next session. Please grab a cup of coffee. Make it as brief as possible. I'm sorry we may not have more than 5 to 10 minutes max so that we can come in and finish for the day. So please grab your coffee and then let's come in quickly. Max 10 minutes. Within 5 to 10 minutes we come in. And then the next section will be starting. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
ntacyo mbabaye rwagiti mwari ikibare nawe inyindo ari muramba rukomeza mihigo ari mu bununga n'ubusabo
Hello. Dear audience, we are starting the last session of the day. Please be ready. Okay.
Hello. Please, I think the moderators of the next session, we need to start now. We're running behind schedule. Please, I hope colleagues at the back and outside could hear me. We need to start the next session. Thank you so much. So please, the moderator of the next session could come and take over right now so that the proceedings can start. Merci beaucoup.
Good evening, everyone. We are starting the last session of the day. This is human identification from forensic perspective. We are not going to take a long time because we are running behind the scheduled time. So we'll be having 6 presenters. We'll be having Emilio Newsolis. We'll be talking about computer-aided craniofacial superposition technique in human identification. And we'll be having Erin Job Vanwell. We'll be talking about artificial intelligence-based person identification and the automated age estimation. We'll be having also Pil Mamatuba and Catherine Smith. They'll be presenting facial imaging for forensic identification in a digital age. We'll be having Willem Diadelek Fuchs. He'll be presenting the topic of improving the identification of human remains through innovation, that is digital biometrics. We'll be having Rudolf van Delberg. We'll be talking about advanced fingerprint techniques for identification of deceased from an unusual application. Then the last one will be Tumisang Bedsi. We'll be talking about disaster victim identification, DVI, and migration. So, starting with Professor Emilio Newsolis. Are you around? Yes. Shortly, Professor Emilio Newsolis is a forensic odontologist and associate professor in forensic medicine He's a head of Human Identification Laboratory at the Medico Legal Institute of Turin in Italy, and he's an expert witness in activities, in the civil and penal court for dental disputes and professional liability, human rights activities also. He led a program in forensic odontology training. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. Let me send and bring also the greetings of our Medical Legal Institute at the University of Turin in Turin. And let me thank the organizing and scientific committee of this Congress for allowing me to share this Congress with you and share one of our piece of researches in the University of Turin, which is related to the human identification using craniofacial superimposition. I will discuss a specific software during my presentation with which I have no commercial, direct or indirect interest. And in our research project, we have a collaboration with a research cooperative from Spain called Panacea, and I would like to thank Rosario Guerra and Oscar Ibanez for allowing me to use some of their material that I will introduce in this presentation. The craniofacial superimposition is something that you probably have heard already because it is not a recent technique. It has the aim of comparing between a photograph of a missing person with the found unidentified skull. When the photograph and the skull are projected on top, one on top of the other, there is a skull face overlay, and the forensic expert can attempt to see if there are consistency between the shape of the skull and the features of the face. Two objects are involved in the process, as in any human identification process. It's the comparison between a skull and the image of a face. Now, the face image usually is a photograph picture. It's a portrait picture. And it can also be a frame of a video, or in some cases, when we relate to the families of the missing, we ask the family to provide portrait pictures of the missing persons. The skull that we use for the superimposition, on the other hand, can be obtained by a CT scan, but it can also be obtained by doing a scanner of the skull. The goal is to evaluate the anatomical consistency between features on the face and features of the skull. Now, the base of these techniques, when this was first used in the past, is based on the assumption that the skull is unique, and meaning that no two people will have the same identical morphological characteristics in the skull. Second place, the other assumption, which is strictly connected for those of you who are aware of the facial approximation, the second assumption is that there is a direct relationship between the anatomy of the skull and the morphology of the skull and the thickness of the soft tissues. In this image, you can see an example of a skull and how it fits with its true owner, which in this case is the woman on the right. If you compare it to the image of the woman on the left, you can start noticing some inconsistencies. One of the most obvious in this example is the misalignment of teeth in the picture of the first woman. The hypothesis, again, is that the skull is unique and that there is a direct relationship between anatomy and morphology of the skull and the face. The key concept of this technique is that it will be comparing the anatomy of the skull as you obtain from the TC scan or from a scanner, and the morphology of and the facial features of a person that you obtain from the portrait pictures, from the photograph. As I said, the material we need from the missing person is a face photograph, which, as you can see, as you know, nowadays are very easy to find on the net because of the social media. On the other hand, the 3D model of the skull is obtained by the combing of unidentified human remains or the 3D scanner using photogrammetry system. In both cases, one of the advantages of the superimposition technique is that it can be very timely. It can achieve a positive identification when we do not have any family members to extract the DNA from, or there is no antemortem dental data that we can obtain, but we can have access to pictures of the people who are missing. So, considering that it is also a very cheap methodology, you can understand that it can have a useful use in the field of human identification, from a single case to a wider disasters like in the DVI scenario. Here you see the segmentation that you can obtain from a TC scan, but you can also obtain it using scanners like this scanner we have in our lab in Turin. And nowadays the technology is also going to... the video doesn't go. Okay. Okay, there was a very small video. Anyway, this technique is very old. This technique goes back to more than 100 years ago. And the first superimposition was performed in 1884. It was successful, or it enhanced the human identification, even if at that time, more than 100 years ago, we didn't have any computer, any superimposition software or even no artificial intelligence that we have today. However, it was still used with positive results. This is the reason why this technique has still a strong opportunity to be incorporated in the human identification cases. The first time it was actually used in court and was accepted as a method of positive identification was in 1962. And this was back in history the first case that was established. But of course, since then, you know, like me, that there has been so much development in the scanning technique, in the digital images, in the artificial intelligence. After over, let's say, 100 years of history, the superimposition has been updated to solve very famous identification cases, like the one I am listing you here, like in the past, even the terrible in Mozart, and also in DVI situations like in Serbia, in India, in Turkey in 2003. The big concern about the use of this technique, which raised a lot of controversy and discussion about the reliability of this technique, was the fact that there was no international consensus. So the European Commission founded in the year 2012-2014 a project which is called New Methodologies and Protocols of Forensic Identification by Craniofacial Superimposition, MEPROX, which led to the findings of first of all, what should be the best practices in using this protocol? What are the errors and the mistakes that one should avoid? In other words, this group, which involved 600 experts worldwide, started releasing, let's say, best practices in human identification using craniofacial superimposition. And as I said, one of the limits was the difference in approaches between countries and the difference in the landmarks that were used and the criteria that were used to do the superimposition. So MEPROX released best practices, and this is what I refer to. And I would like to acknowledge some of the experts that were involved among the various experts that were involved, including Professor Caroline Wilkinson from UK and Professor Cristina Cattaneo from Italy. And I would like to remember also Professor John Clement from Melbourne University, who has been my mentor. So main sources of errors in craniofacial identification. First of all, the skull face overlay and adequate perspective with the skull. Then the articulation of the mandible and the cranium. Then the attachment of the mandible to the cranium. And of course, the replication of the antemortem position that you get on the picture on the mandible that you are and the skull that you are observing. Other main sources of errors are the inaccurate 3D skull acquisition, and also learn the ratio between the photographs and what we are observing, so that we respect the same magnification ratio between the skull and the picture. And of course, the other problem was the search for the antemortem photographs, and sometimes, of course, the quality of the skull itself. Main sources of uncertainty is where you have to put the landmarks, which camera are you using, the quality of the pictures of the portrait picture, the posture that the person is having, the imprecise definition of some anthropometric landmarks. I would like to go faster because time is running. And another aspect is definitely related to the thickness of the soft tissues, which are fundamental in order to apply the landmarks that we apply on the picture and on the skull. This is the software I was telling you. It's a software that's called Skeleton ID. It is a software that makes it easy, makes our life easier, because it allows us to make a superimposition of the pictures and the skull, and makes it easier to do also this kind of visual superimposition once we have placed the landmarks. You can see the case which is consistent on the left and the case which is inconsistent on the right. I don't have enough time, of course, to go into deep. I will show you some of the features that this software allows. It actually allows first of all, you apply yourself the landmarks on the picture and on the skull, but the software has incorporated the library of thicknesses of soft tissues, so that the software is capable of applying artificial intelligence to do the superimposition and to evaluate consistency or inconsistency with what we are doing. The ridge, you can see the nose, you can see the linear line zygomatic bone, and the oblique line of the mandible, and of course also the dental consistency. And the dental consistency is also one of the latest models that Panacea is developing with the consultations of forensic odontologists, including myself, where they are developing a specific superimposition aspect of this software, which will be applied on the front teeth, which is something that I am particularly keen on, being a forensic odontologist. So there are features that are developed and criteria that are based on 18 landmarks that you place on skull and on the picture of the person, on the missing person. You can see here the pictures and the landmarks are applied using this software, which has incorporated the library of the thickness of the soft tissues so that you can realize if there is a superimposition consistency or not. This should have been a video. Anyway, it doesn't work, it doesn't start. Anyway, this is the evaluation of the software. The software is divided into the collection and application of landmarks on the skull, the application of the landmarks on the portrait picture of the missing person, and of course the third phase is the superimposition of these two images. Here you see the 18 landmarks that are applied in a very easy way, because you use your laptop, you use your mouse, and you can turn, of course, and widen and enlarge the pictures so that you go exactly and you position exactly the landmarks where it has to be applied. I don't think this will start. This was a 30-second video, sorry. It was not transferred in when I transferred the presentation. Anyway, it was showing the software I'm telling you. The side where you place the landmarks on the skull, the side where you decide which library, which thickness you're going to use when applying the landmarks, and then the area where you use the portrait picture. So, what do we learn by the MEPROX approach? We learn that they developed recommendations on the way you have to apply this case, this technique. And again, as we discussed this morning, human identification cases using this technique are case specific. So we have to, when we do this kind of technique, when we apply this technique, we have to consider everything we have and everything we can obtain from the family of the missing in order to obtain a valid output. Here you have the list of the things that you have to observe and respect in order to avoid mistakes. First of all, use the real skull and use it by having a TC scan or a 3D scanner. Use as many as possible antemortem photos and frames so you have different angulations. And try to use the most recent pictures of the missing person and use the original pictures. Don't forget and take into consideration the ratio between what you are observing in the picture. Try to make a real size of the portrait pictures, and try to analyze the skull separately and then sort out which should be the position while you are doing the superimposition using the software. Try also to study the relation between the face and the skull and give to each aspect that is consistent the appropriate scientific and forensic weight. Among the superimposition of the landmarks, we all know that human identification is, the positive human identification is based on the comparison of primary identifiers, DNA, fingerprints, and dental, but we can